You're watching Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. I'm Megan Bragg. You know, we've been following the House committee that is questioning Charlotte City leaders since 9:10 this morning is really when the meeting started, and it has gotten pretty heated. It's been going on since then. Lawmakers asking questions about cat safety. They've been asking questions to Sheriff Gary McFadden about ICE procedures, about, you know, his this petition that was going on against him. So there's lots and lots going on. Our very own Julie Kay has been in Raleigh. And Julie, you have seen just this really, I'm calling it spicy, this spicy committee just asking the sheriff, really hounding him on a lot of questions. Tell me what you've been seeing in there.
Yeah, heated to say the least is what we've been seeing over the last 3 hours. Like you said, it started at 9 a.m. this morning, and they called the first two people to testify, which was, as you mentioned, Mecklenburg County Sheriff Gary McFadden and District Attorney Spencer Merriweather. But after the first 30 minutes or so, it really just focused on McFadden. Everything from like you said, cat safety, to really hammering on his ICE procedures, and that kind of becoming a larger issue of, is Gary McFadden and is the Mecklenburg County Sheriff's Office following the law, whether it's this law with ICE or just in general. And so it's kind of spiraled from there. What's interesting is we are supposed to be hearing from 5 more officials. That includes interim CAT CEO Brent Cagle, Mayor Vi Lyles. They just broke for lunch, and we're supposed to be back in there around 1:30. But I don't know that we're going to get to every single person today. Pretty much everyone is here. I'm wondering if that means that they have to call us back for a different day to finish testimony, because there's a lot left to do here, a lot of questions, and we really haven't gotten into yet the specifics of what CATS has done since the murder of Irina's roots go. That's going to probably come more from Mayor Vi Lyles and interim CEO Brent Cagle. And so Some of those things that are really what the committee was supposed to be discussing, those aren't questions for Sheriff Gary McFadden because he is not involved in cat security off the top. He's not involved in those policies. And so we haven't even gotten to yet what I think the core of what this was supposed to be is yet. So there's still a lot ahead of us, Megan.
Julie, is Gary McFadden, the sheriff, is he done with questioning? Or are they going to call him back again after lunch?
To my understanding, he is done with questioning for now, although a big piece of their back and forth was whether or not lawmakers have an open door policy for Sheriff McFadden to come back. Kind of the last thing he said centered around, I hope next time I'm here, it's better than this. It is pretty much what he said. So everyone seemed to end that discussion with there has to be more communication between Mecklenburg County officials, specifically the sheriff and lawmakers. And so I don't think that will come today, but I'm curious to see what that looks like in the future. You probably remember when Irina's law was going into effect, or even before that, McFadden was very outspoken about the fact that this law does not have more funding for the resources that they would need to comply. For example, it involves more people being in the county jail, which at the time was already at functional capacity, while there were some more resources for the DA's office involved in that funding, there was nothing for the jail. And so he had been outspoken about that law and saying, there needed to be more communication between lawmakers and him. And that's really where that heated or spicy part, as you said, kind of started. But I'm curious to see, even if today that part is over, what that communication looks like going forward.
Absolutely. Julie, thank you so much. You're doing a great job over there, and we really appreciate you. We'll be checking back in.
Thanks, Megan.
All right. We're going to take a 2-minute break, but keep us right here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. Welcome back to Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. Well, listen, we do have some good news coming up for you. And you know why? It's about weather. And the weather is going to be absolutely gorgeous. I'm sick and tired of this cold, cold weather. I know my sis Carlene over here
Hate it. Can't stand it.
She's done.
I'm over it.
We're done.
My skin's dry. My lips are dry. I'm over it.
Yeah. So
Bring on the 70s.
Bring on the 70s. A majestic storm is going to give us a check at your forecast. And there are some 70s in there. So very exciting.
Whee!
Well, good afternoon to you. I'm meteorologist Majestic Storm, and finally we get the return of sunny skies. I've been loving this camera here at Ski Mountain. Lots of people taking advantage of the beautiful weather and the snow that the mountains got over the weekend, and really the temperatures are so much more enjoyable today. Whether you're up in the mountains or here in the city, I'm forecasting sunny skies and mild temperatures. Out there in Dallas, nice and clear, much of the same here in Monroe. If you still have a few clouds left in your neighborhood, honestly, they're all on their way out. And if you like today's forecast, which is pretty nice, sunshine by late afternoon, upper 40-degree temperature, some of you hitting low 50s, you're going to love tomorrow. Sunny skies and 70-degree temperatures, that is no typo. You are hearing me correctly. Tomorrow's going to be one of those days. Get outside. What are you going to do? Go to the golf course, work out in your yard, maybe go for a long walk. Maybe you just need to wash your car. Taking a look ahead, we do have some rain chances as we're heading towards the later half of our work week and into the weekend. We'll get to that. Let's focus on this though. Yesterday for Super Bowl Sunday, it was a chilly one, 35 degrees, and today calling for upper 40s, so we're on our way up. Clear skies by the time you're picking up those kids after school today, feeling good, looking nice. Clear skies overnight tonight will allow those temperatures to drop again, but overall our daytime highs today, while they are warmer than yesterday, they're still a little bit below our average high for this time of the year. We should be at about 54, 55 degrees, and today here in the Queen City, 49. As we're looking at our overnight low temperatures, get this, 30 degrees, all right? So tomorrow morning, grab that jacket. You're still going to want it heading out the door. It's going to be chilly with a mix of those upper 20s and low 30s, but then watch what happens. Our daytime highs tomorrow, oh yeah, we're turning up the heat with upper 60s and low 70s. 70 degrees tomorrow in Charlotte, 70 in Chester, 71 in Lancaster, and it's all because that southwesterly flow that's going to be pumping in warmer air for us, and those temperatures are really going to respond. Satellite and radar clearing out very nicely as we're heading into the afternoon. Beautiful day today, even better by tomorrow if you ask me. And then here's our futurecast taking us into that 4 o'clock hour. Still very nice, upper 40s and low 50s. This is for today. And then as we're heading throughout the night tonight and into Tuesday, mostly clear conditions. Waking up tomorrow morning right around freezing. So one of those days where you grab a layer in the morning, you toss it aside by the afternoon because nobody wants to be wearing a jacket when it's 70 degrees. So take advantage of tomorrow because by Wednesday we will have more cloud coverage returning. Temperatures drop just a little bit and only about a 20% chance for a random stray shower. Honestly, I think it's going to take a lot more rain to be impactful, and it doesn't actually move in until this weekend. So sunny tomorrow, 70 degrees. Look at the overnight low. Heading out the door on Wednesday, 57 degrees. That's even warmer than our actual daytime high should be for this time of the year. 67 though for our high on Wednesday with mainly cloudy skies. Thursday not looking too bad. And then Sunday's the day that the rain is going to return. You can see it here in our long range futurecast. Heading into Saturday afternoon, conditions look fine. It's late on Saturday, so if you have plans for Saturday night, keep the umbrella handy and keep it handy through Sunday as well. Here's our Jerry Hunt Supercenter 7-day forecast. Mild conditions as we're starting out our new work week. I'm calling for picture perfect conditions on Tuesday, and then stay close to our WCNC weather team. We'll get you through our rainy weekend come Sunday.
Yay. Yay. So exciting. Okay, we're going to take a quick break, but just know 70s are coming. So really, that's really all you need to know. We can go home now, Carlene.
We're
done. No,
I
I'm
can
just
actually,
kidding.
put on short sleeves.
I know.
I haven't
Short
seen my arms
sleeves.
in months.
Walking the dogs will be fun.
Yeah.
I'm like, do I need a spray tan? I don't know.
Same. I can actually use my sunglasses.
Right?
Oh.
Anyways, we're going to take a quick break, but keep it right here on WCNC Plus. You're watching Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. So if you've been following the Olympics, it's been super exciting, really fun to watch. One thing, though, that, we've all been watching, a huge storyline in the Olympics this year is Lindsey Vonn. She ruptured her ACL, got back in the game, but then when she was hitting her first run in the Olympic Games, she did fall and she had to be airlifted. We did get confirmation that she is in stable condition after her surgery on her leg. So that is some good news right there, but absolutely heartbreaking. It was just seconds into that round that she did fall and get hurt. So our correspondent in Italy is going to give us an update on her and how she's doing. So let's take a look.
So, Anne-Marie, we have to start with Lindsey Vonn. Terrible news to see that she crashed yesterday. Are there any updates?
No, and that's what everyone wants to know. I mean, the latest update we heard was that she did break her leg, that she had surgery, and now she is recovering from surgery on that broken leg. But we haven't heard anything else, and we're waiting for word from Team USA, from Lindsey herself. Perhaps she will go on social media. Her sister, that was there at the venue and had said that she was being medically evaluated. But right now, there's just been kind of this silence other than the broken leg situation. So waiting to hear from her. You know, she's a daredevil, and people that know her and have been following her just had predicted this, that it was going to be either she was going to have a place on the podium or she was going to crash out trying. And that's what happened early in the run. She's 41 years old. She's been at 5 Olympics now. This was her decision. And, you know, I think in her mind, from what I've heard from the people that are close to her, I've talked with her therapist who has spent years with her really trying to understand how she processes information, how she makes decisions, very methodical in her approach, that she's like, you know what, I had to give it a try. I gave it a try. It didn't work. But there's no doubts of whether or not, you know, no what ifs. You know, she tried it, and this is the result. And from all accounts, it seems like Lindsey Vonn will be able to process that and move on, knowing that she tried.
Let's talk about the competition today. What events are you looking forward to the most today?
Well, I really kind of like this slope style because we've got Eileen Gu there, and she is just a global icon. You know, she's a student at Stanford that's taken a break. She's studying international business. She's going to be going back for the spring semester. She competed in 3 events at the last games, or in Beijing, I should say, and she won gold, gold, silver. So the event that she got silver is the event that she's competing in today, which is slope style. So you got to think that she's really like motivated. I want to get that gold. That competition is going on 6:30 Eastern time, so you should be able to tune in and watch that. She's going to have 3 runs, and then it's the one who has the best run wins. So I think that one's really interesting. Then in the midday, you're going to have speed skating, and in there you've got Brittany Bowe, and you also have Erin Jackson. And these 2 ladies train together. They're friends. They're out of Florida, and they're going to be competing in the 1,000 meter. And it's interesting that Brittany Bowe has the world record in that event. So I think that's really must-see TV. That's at 11:30 Eastern. And then, of course, women hockey. I mean, those ladies are just steamrolling. They are expected to do that again tonight. The game will be in the evening here in Milan. You're going to be able to watch it at 2:40 Eastern, and they're taking on the Swiss, and they're heavily favored in that. So those would be the 3 marquee events. You want to look ahead to tomorrow, where you're going to see Ilya Malinin in the long program competition get underway, the Quad God, and that's going to be must-see TV that definitely a lot of people are looking forward to this week as well.
Is the Quad God for sure. My goodness. So many exciting events, Anne-Marie. Thanks so much. It's always great to check in with you.
And of course, we'll continue to alert you on any status updates on Lindsey Vonn. But she is stable right now, recovering from that surgery on her leg. So hoping for the best for her. We're going to switch gears here, and we're going to turn over to New Mexico. Right now, there is a trial right now. It's against the New Mexico Attorney General and the ongoing legal battle against social media giant Meta. Now, they own Facebook and Instagram, and basically the State Department of Justice is saying that Meta's platforms are a breeding ground for predators. So let's take a listen in and see what they're saying right now.
Images were being shared, what kind of interactions were being produced. And you'll hear testimony from a witness by the name of Ricky Kitch about this. One of the accounts created is Isabi. This is a undercover account. So obviously a young girl. And the interactions of Isabi between August and December of 2023 produced some horrifying interactions. I'm about to show a few images. These aren't all the images that Mr. Kitch found. These aren't all the images that you're likely to see during trial. And this is something we do very, very carefully because it is disturbing. But it's such an important story that it would be wrong to not show you. So the evidence in this case will be that this Isabi account generated contact. We've blocked out the imagery. That's our blockout of what kind of imagery was coming back to this undercover account. And on the right, you'll see an inappropriate interaction with a child. It's a written contact saying, "Hello, beautiful." I was glancing through profiles when I saw your profile. So pretty. I must confess you have a nice smile. My interest has been piqued. I don't need to go into the whole statement. It goes on to ask for $5,000 a week. Would you be my honest baby? This undercover account generated this activity and this information. It also generated some photographs. This undercover account generated this type of imagery, again, that we have blocked out, but depicts the type of imagery that was being attracted to this particular fictitious account of a young user, a young female user. This information was provided to Meta. This account was shut down by Meta after the filing of the complaint in this case that produced some of these images. And so a new account was set up by the undercover investigator, and this account was called Daisy Rowanhorse. Again, for the purpose of trying to see what kind of activity was being generated, the New Mexico Department of Justice undercover investigation created this account. And before I continue about what this account generated, I'm going to stop and bring you to another statement of Meta. Meta said, to protect teens from unwanted contact, we restrict people over 19 years old from sending private messages to teens who don't follow them. That was a public statement on the Instagram post on March 17th of 2021. It suggests that Meta protects those under 19 from getting inappropriate contact from perpetrators, from people that have bad intent with respect to children. Well, that resulted in something that you'll hear about called Operation Metafile. The civil investigation morphed into a joint civil and criminal investigation, and 3 men in May of 2024 were arrested as a result of this undercover account. Fernando Clyde was arrested in May of 2024 for child solicitation by electronic communication and attempted criminal sexual penetration of a minor. I won't read it, but the dialogue back and forth between this perpetrator and this fictitious child is graphic. The next person arrested was Marlon Kellywood. Count 1, child solicitation by electronic communication device, attempted criminal sexual penetration of a minor. Again, the interactions between this fictitious, this undercover account and this perpetrator was documented, and it resulted in arrest on May of 2024. And the third person was arrested in April of 2024, again, for the same purpose, for child solicitation by electronic, and again, with details of the communication back and forth. And you'll hear about this investigation from Mr. Kitch. But what's really important, what's really interesting is the evidence in this case will be that when this was reported by the Department of Justice to Meta, it was learned through this case, through this process, through what's called discovery, that Meta actually, in going through their online profiles, had already seen other instances of their conduct. Clyde, Mr. Clyde, Meta knew, the evidence will be that Meta knew that Clyde had multiple instances of violations of adult nudity, sexual activity, bullying, and harassment from 2023 to 2024. And Meta did not report Clyde to NCMEC until his arrest as a result of Metafile. That is, none of the activity that preceded resulted in NCMEC being reported, or reportings going to NCMEC, until this investigation resulted in an arrest. Same is true for Mr. Reynolds. Meta, in this case, provided us answers saying that Meta knew Reynolds was a convicted sex offender, had instances of violent contact in 2021 and 2023, but the evidence will be that Meta did not report Mr. Reynolds to NCMEC until after his arrest as a result of the Meta-file investigation. In fact, the evidence will be that Meta didn't disable his other active accounts until after this arrest. So how is this possible? Well, the evidence will be that the ability for Meta to track sex trafficking was severely under-resourced. In an internal document in Meta in 2020, it said that we have one engineer dedicated to this work. We have no data science to support or do basic understand work to the lower strikes, threshold for prostitution and sexual solicitation strikes. Currently set at 17 times, which is too high. This area is severely undersourced. Ladies and gentlemen, the evidence is going to be that the way this under-resourced, inadequate system worked, at least as of 2020, was that it didn't take one strike for somebody like Mr. Reynolds. It didn't take two strikes for somebody like Mr. Reynolds or Mr. Clyde. It took 17 strikes for Meta's system to kick out that there was a problem. In another 2020 internal memo, there's a report that Instagram direct messaging had on a daily basis approximately 500,000 victims a day receiving inappropriate interactions with children. In 2023, there was data reported that on a single day, June 10th, 2023, it was observed that 2.7 million threads of communications, 9% of them, 238,000 of them, were between unconnected adults, that is, unknown adults with minors. The evidence will be that even Mr. Masseri internally recognized that Instagram in 2021 had become the leading two-sided market for human trafficking. Some of you may have heard of a classified online called Backpage that was shut down. And when classified Backpage was shut down because of this type of conduct, Instagram, the evidence will be, became the leading market for trafficking. And then he goes on, we talked about end-to-end encryption. He said this problem's only going to get worse because we have end-to-end encryption on our messaging, which means if an unwanted adult brings a child into a conversation in a messaging app where that conversation cannot be traced, where that messaging disappears, the ability for law enforcement to do anything about it becomes incredibly difficult. Acknowledged here, the evidence will be by Mr. So I'll try to go through these a little quicker, but in 2019, it was acknowledged internally. The evidence will be that Facebook allows pedophiles to find each other and kids. 2021, with respect to this end-to-end encryption for teens, context here is that there was a decision made to encrypt all private messages for under 13, and this has severe impact, as we know. So there was an acknowledgement that there was a decision to encrypt under 13 users with an acknowledgement of the hazards that would result. In 2020, the evidence will be that thousands of minors have been reporting this inappropriate interactions with children. This T1 abuse is the highest level of abuse. And even though we knew that there was this inappropriate interactions going on, more than 50% of which is sextortion, which can lead to suicide, we've done nothing. And in this internal memo in 2020, the conclusion was God only knows what happened to those kids. One other aspect relevant to this is something called private by default for teens. When setting up an account, there was a question about whether or not to make the messaging, the interactions between unknown adult users with teens was to just set the accounts at default when setting up to be private, so you could not have that kind of interaction. And in this memorandum, the evidence will be in 2020 that that idea of trying to protect teens was explored private by default for teens, but the growth impact was too high. This is an example, and the evidence will be that this is an example of making a decision for profits over protection of teens by creating a default for teens and keeping unwanted interaction with adults. All right, and the last statement in this category is, we remove any content that encourages suicide, self-injury, or eating disorders, including fictional content such as memes or illustrations, and any self-injury content which is graphic regardless of context. We remove content that contains instructions for extreme weight loss behavior. Facebook's Transparency Center. This is the type of statement that we believe the evidence will show is at very least misleading, if not untrue. This was in August of 2018. Internally, the evidence will be that one thing that's important for everyone to understand is that we cannot technically remove suicide and self-injury content from Instagram. So the next year, after saying that we remove it, internally, it was acknowledged that we cannot technically remove all SSI content from Instagram. In speaking about a news article that was going to be written in the Wall Street Journal, an advisor to Mr. Messeri said he, meaning the journalist, was writing a story that essentially argues that Instagram design is inherently bad for teenage girls. It leads to suicide and self-injury.
You're watching Live Impact News. We are hearing the New Mexico versus Meta trial right now. That's in Santa Fe, New Mexico. But we're going to take a quick break. Keep it right here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. Welcome back to Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. When you last left us, we were in New Mexico, in Santa Fe. And right now, the New Mexico Attorney General is going on an ongoing legal battle against social media giant Meta. They own Facebook and Instagram. So talking about claiming it's a breeding ground for predators. So let's take a listen into this trial right now.
Testified under oath that you don't give your teams goals of increasing the amount of time people spend on your platforms, correct?
Yes.
All right, so he's not denying, the evidence will be he's not denying that statement. However, internally, the evidence will be that, in fact, they absolutely did. Our company position is that the time spent and engagement metrics proxy user value. We are not just tuning the algorithm to keep people scrolling as much and as long as possible, except mechanically, we absolutely do. Internally, Meta acknowledges, this is now Adam Mosseri again, the head of Instagram. No one wakes up thinking they want to maximize the number of times they open Instagram that day. But that's exactly what our product teams are trying to do. And if you look to the left under the category, it is the strategy of Meta. You'll see other evidence, 2017, about goal setting and time spent. You'll hear in 2023 researchers saying things like, does Mel know that we literally optimize teen feeds for engagement? Another statement in this area of addiction is Antigone Davis, the head of global safety. Again, she's expected to testify here, according to the defendants in this case. She told Congress, I disagree with calling our products addictive. Well, there will be interactions that you see, emails, internal emails, where in fact it's acknowledged within the company among researchers that in fact Meta's platforms are addictive. Shaylee Roy's here is somebody that's very important. You'll see in a moment. The evidence will be that she called Instagram a drug, and in response, a coworker wrote, laugh out loud, I mean, all social media, we're basically pushers. In that same thread of communication, Shaylee goes on to say, seriously, it is. We're causing reward deficit disorder because people are binging on Instagram so much they can't feel reward anymore. Like their reward tolerance is so high. She later says, I know Adam Mosseri, the head of Instagram, I know Adam doesn't want to hear it. He freaked out when I talked about dopamine in my Teen Fundamentals lead review, but it's undeniable. It's biological and psychological. Here is that Teens Fundamental Review that she was talking about. This is the presentation that she made that the evidence suggests that you just saw that Adam freaked out about. Every time one of our teen users finds something unexpected, their brains deliver a dopamine hit. Teens are insatiable when it comes to feel-good dopamine effects. The evidence will be that, and this is the same continuation of that presentation, that Meta understood and appreciated in 2020 that teen brains are much more sensitive to dopamine. One of the reasons that the risk of drug addiction is higher for adolescents and keeps them scrolling and scrolling. And due to the immature brain, they have a much harder time stopping. You'll see more internal memoranda where they acknowledge the addictive nature. Relatively clear that younger people are less equipped to be able to handle the social media addictions. We don't yet understand how this might affect the development of their brains. There are other internal examples of acknowledging the addictive nature of these platforms. Like addicts, they feel like they're unable to stop. And the tools that we have are currently ineffective. And what's important about this presentation, Your Honor, I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, is that the evidence will show that this addictive nature of their platforms, they connect in their internal documentation to the design features that we talked about earlier, the design elements of the platforms, like the infinite scroll. If you look in the middle, autoplay, endless scroll, low value notifications, things to get your eyeballs on the app. And you'll hear from a professor at Stanford University, an expert in the area of psychiatry and addiction, and she'll go through this, and she'll explain how the world organizations deal with issues about excessive use, addiction, and the harms associated with being on these platforms for too long. So those are the reps. Those are the misrepresentations and the types of misrepresentations, and there'll be others, the types of misrepresentations that the state intends to present to you in evidence and demonstrate to you through evidence that are false and misleading knowingly. Let me just take a few minutes to tell you what this case is not about. We anticipate that the defendants will come up here and tell you that this isn't about Meta. That New Mexico has all of its own problems. It's got poverty, it's got poor education, it's got poor health. They will say that this is a problem of the state. They will say it's a problem for parents. If you want to solve the problem, just shut the phone off. Just shut the computer down. They'll even say that it's a problem of schools. What they won't say is that they have a responsibility for this. And what's incredibly important, and the evidence will show, is that all of these aspects, all of these different forces, all of these different presences in children's lives have responsibility. And all of them are trying to do what they can. You'll actually hear from some witnesses in this case, like teachers and principals and police, who struggle every day to deal with the problems. And why is it so hard? Why is it so hard for parents and teachers to get around the problem? Remember that algorithm that we showed, that complicated formula behind the platform? How can parents and schools compete with that? This is acknowledged in internal documentation by Meta. This is an internal memo from 2020 that Meta has produced to us. And what's important about this memo is it doesn't say that the problem belongs to everybody else. It says populations are most at risk for developing mental health challenges when they are also more likely to have unhealthy social media use. These behaviors and challenges can develop into a feedback loop. So when you have on the left adolescents, youth, and teens, you have mental health challenges already in place, low socioeconomic status already in place. Those aren't other people's problems. Those are the types of populations, the evidence will be, by Meta's own acknowledgement, the types of populations that are the most at risk from being exposed to the social media harms. It's precisely the people, the youth in New Mexico, who deserve this protection, this safety-first mentality. And the evidence will be in this case that Meta doesn't do it. The last thing I'll say about bad parents and whether this is all about the parents is that internally, Meta actually looked at this issue. And there are two studies. I won't get into the technical part of studies, but there are two studies. One's called MIST, one's called Mercury. But you'll hear about studies internal to Meta that are not public. They don't make the light of day. But Meta internally looked at the issue of the role of the parent in dealing with social media harms. And the evidence will be in this case that it's Meta's own conclusion through its own studies that they never shared, that parents are not solely to blame. In fact, they're not to blame. Ladies and gentlemen, we anticipate that Meta will get up and tell you how much they put into safety, how many people they put responsible for child safety. The evidence in this case will be that if you quantify the value based on the information Meta has provided to us, if you quantify the value or the relative value, the relevant percentage of what that commitment is, it's only about 2.5% of what their revenue is. Meta's commitment to safety is not evident, In fact, its lack of commitment to safety first is unconscionable, it's willful, and it's something that is undeniable. I'll end by saying this. The United States Surgeon General, the Chief Medical Officer of the United States, issued an advisory in 2023. And in it, the Surgeon General said, we are in the middle of a national youth mental health crisis. And I am concerned that social media is an important driver of that crisis, one that we must urgently address. Ladies and gentlemen, the Attorney General of New Mexico brought this action to address this crisis, and we appreciate your time, and we appreciate the task that's before you to hold us to our burden, to listen to the evidence, only the evidence, not these openings, but the evidence that's presented after these openings are finished, apply the law at the end of the case that the judge is going to instruct, including the remedy, if any, that the judge will suggest that you have the right to decide upon and issue ultimately a verdict for the state of New Mexico for this case, for these violations of the Unfair Practices Act. On behalf of the state of New Mexico, the Attorney General, thank you so much for your time. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Counsel. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for your attentiveness. That was very evident throughout that opening. Given the timing of where we're at, what we will do is break for lunch. I'll ask you to please report back to the jury room by, say, 12:45. We're going to try and reconvene in here about 1 o'clock. And at that point, counsel for the defense will have their opening statement, and we'll take it from there. Okay? And while you're at lunch, please enjoy your lunch, but please be very mindful of the court's instructions about not talking to any other parties, not conducting any research, not looking at any coverage of this matter. Thank you very much for that, and I'll see you back here about 1 o'clock.
All rise for the jury.
All right, thank you all very much. Is there anything for us to address before we take a recess for lunch?
Your Honor, if I may have a few minutes. Alex Parkinson from Kellogg Hansen on behalf of Meta Platforms. A couple concerns. Your Honor, Meta has been raising now for months, weeks, and even today, the issue of 701 and lay witnesses who will be proffered as undisclosed experts. And I think that there has been a sense of the boy who cried wolf, but that came through today in the opening. Slide 16 of the state's opening showed 3 individuals, 2 disclosed experts, Dr. Naranya and Dr. McCoy. He was in the middle. And on the right side of Your Honor's screen was Mr. Raskin. Mr. Raskin was not disclosed as an expert. He is a fact witness. In fact, the Motley Rice law firm has tried the same thing in the JCCP, not disclosing Mr. Raskin, the same guy, as an expert. And the JCCP judge said, no, he's not going to come into the trial as an expert. And the reason I'm flagging this now is not just because it is a realization of the 701 concerns we have been articulating, but because Mr. Migliori told the jury, as a preface to slide 16, you'll hear about all of these features and their purpose by experts. Now the jury has in their head that Mr. Raskin is an expert. We can quibble about whether that will be something they remember, perhaps not, perhaps it is a risk that he bears, but that is something that we have been raising consistently, and it is now in the jury's head. One other concern, if Your Honor will allow it. Sure. Slides 46 through 49 of the state's opening were about Operation Metafile. Two concerns with that. That is a criminal investigation, and the very clear insinuation from counsel, I don't think it was even an insinuation, is that Meta bears some of the blame for not doing enough to go after those 3 criminal defendants who were indicted in a separate criminal action that the jury has now heard about. Concern number 1 is that the text messages that accompanied those 3 individual slides were not disclosed to Meta. That was graphic content that should have been disclosed per Your Honor's ruling. And if Mr. Migliore says, no, we only agreed to images, he is then telling Your Honor not to believe your lying eyes, because this morning Your Honor saw a disclosure of text messages, because language can be graphic as well. That was the message on the right of a slide that was handed up, where there was personal identifying information that Your Honor said had to be redacted. Those images should have been disclosed to us over the weekend so that we could look at them and address them with Your Honor. Second concern, all of the statements about Meta being responsible for that did not open the door to raising the issues with ICAC and its lack of resources and its backlog of tips when it comes to criminal prosecutions. It took a battering ram and knocked that door all the way through. So the request is that we can now raise, in Mr. Huff's opening, the issue of the state's responsibility for resourcing criminal prosecutions relating to internet crimes against children, for the backlog of tips, because the door is wide open. And that was something that Your Honor said in the Mill rulings we could raise with you at the appropriate time.
We were just trying to figure out who was going to address that, Your Honor. I'm going to let Mr. Migliore address the statements regarding Mr. Raskin, although I think that is an issue that the court can handle.
All right, listening into New Mexico versus Meta trial, but we're going to turn it over to some breaking news right now. This is in Gainesville, Georgia. You can see a small plane. They had to make an emergency landing Monday in Gainesville. It actually hit multiple vehicles, according to police. According to the police department there, the single-engine plane landed on Browns Bridge Road at Pearl Nicks Parkway. If you're familiar with that area, there are minor injuries that have been reported. A roadway is closed in the area, and there are extended traffic delays there. But you can see that plane, lots of crews working to learn exactly what happened and why that plane had to make an emergency landing. Once again, this is in Gainesville, Georgia, and we do have some minor injuries that have been reported. So that is what we will continue to watch. But for right now, let's take a quick break, but keep it right here on Live Impact News. You're watching live Impact News on WCNC Plus. We first brought you the General Assembly and that committee asking lots of Charlotte city leaders and Mecklenburg County leaders about, transit issues and all that. Really, this morning, it was really all about Sheriff Gary McFadden and how he's dealing with ICE procedures, how he is keeping Mecklenburg County safe, talking about the detention center. So we're going to go back to that meeting and let's take a listen in. Looks like the mayor is getting up there now. Like I said, Gary McFadden, the sheriff, ended his testimony earlier, but looks like the sheriff and we have CMPD police chief also sitting up there. So they're going to start answering questions from the committee soon. This will probably really be about cats' safety because that's what they were really trying to get ahead of, especially after the Irina Zarutska case on the light rail. If you can remember, just a few months ago, she was fatally stabbed to death there. And so really they want to talk about cat safety, what they're doing as a city to keep everyone safe. So looks like they're about to start.
To have Mayor Vilas, City Manager Marcus Jones, Police Chief Estella Patterson, and Charlotte Area Transit System Interim Brent Cagle. If you would, please stand and raise your right hand. You swear or affirm that the testimony you give here today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Have a seat, please. Thank you. Chief Patterson, congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
I've heard stellar things about you from Colonel Johnson. He was here to see you today, and we ran a little long. He had a funeral, one of his troopers passed, and he had to fly to Surrey County, but just want you to know he talks very highly of you and has enjoyed the working relationship you have. So,
yes, sir.
Just kind of want to go over. I know you're still getting your feet wet over in Charlotte, leaving the fair city of Raleigh. Now that you've taken command, what are your top 2 or 3 priorities over the next year?
Yeah, so Mr. Chair, first I want to say thank you to this board for allowing me to be here today. It is an honor to serve as the Chief of Police for the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police Department, a city that I absolutely love and a police department that I know and also love. In terms of my priorities, I have been very vocal about this publicly and internally to my organization. There are 3 areas that I want to focus on as the chief. The first and foremost being violent crime reduction, looking at violent crime across our city, our jurisdiction, and making sure that we are mitigated in every turn that we can. Also to building community. We know that we can't do this work alone. We don't have enough officers to have them in every place at all times. So it's very important. It's critical to us that we have strong partnerships within our community and working very closely with them at every turn. And then lastly, and most importantly, looking inwardly towards our staff, our police officers. I'm a officer's chief. I believe in making sure that our people are well taken care of. I've demonstrated that when I was in Raleigh as the chief, and I know that we have got to fill vacancies. We have to make sure our employees have the tools they need to be successful so that we can make our city the safest that it can be. So those are the top priorities that I have outlined and that I will continue to work towards.
Well, you've went right in and answered my next question. And I do want to let you know also, some of the private individuals, not public officials in your community have already bragged on you and some of the things you've implemented. You being out in the street yourself, you're leading by example and not just giving orders. So I commend you on that, and it's getting the respect of your community already.
Thank you, sir.
We don't ever want to point fingers. What would you say you've learned from your predecessors' mistakes? What will you do a little differently? I've heard some things, but if you just elaborate a little bit.
And, Mr. Chair, I'll be first and foremost to say that Chief Jennings is a friend of mine. He's a mentor. He helped me in my career move along. I think he helped me get the chief's job in Raleigh, so I think very highly of him. I respect the work that he did in Charlotte. Coming into this position, looking across the board, I have to relearn Charlotte. I have to relearn some things that's going on in our community. I think moving forward, though, the big things as I've stated. Those are my goals that I want to do. But I think we really have to focus heavily on the perception of crime. I think people think that Charlotte is an unsafe city, although our numbers show otherwise. So really just making sure, for me, that we're working on that perception and we're working to mitigate crime on all terms.
Good. Talk to us about how CMPD is using crime data and technology to drive decisions. And on that, I'm asking how the analytics, real-time intelligence, tools like cameras, LPRs, how are you utilizing those?
We're utilizing all those tools, and I'm very happy to see that. Coming back to Charlotte, one of the biggest things that I saw that we have made an investment in, which our city is helping to fund, but also our private-public partnerships are working together for it, is drones. In Raleigh, we had drones. We saw they were useful when we had large protests, when we were doing surveillance and various other things. Having that technology, that's a force multiplier for us. And so being able to utilize those tools, I think, is really helpful. Additionally, we have a crime gun intelligence center that we're working very closely with the ATF. That is good. When you have shooting events, you want to be able to solve that crime as quick as possible, be able to do correlations with those casings. Having a crime gun unit that specifically focuses on that is really essential to us. We have a lot of tools in our toolbox here in Charlotte that I'm very proud of. Technology is a big thing. We're very data-driven. We have one of the best crime analysis units in the country. They've received several awards because of the way they gather data, the way they disseminate the data, making sure that we are on top of crime before it even happens, identifying those hot spots, identifying those trends. We use data repeatedly to be able to give us that information, and our team is just fantastic when it comes to that.
Good. Effective public policy depends on patrol, detention, prosecutors, and all the courts pulling in the same direction. From your perspective, where are the biggest coordination challenges right now?
So I'm a natural collaborator. I believe in bringing in all our teams. In fact, I started on the job day one on December 1st. On December 5th, we pulled together a multi-agency operation to really focus on our uptown because of the perception of crime and because of some upticks we had seen. And so I brought Highway Patrol. Colonel Johnson was very gracious, stood up with me to talk about that at a press conference. We had North Carolina ALE. We brought in the FBI. All these partners, our U.S. Attorney of the Western District, Russ Ferguson, was there with us, said, hey, we want to be a part of this. So it is super important to me. It's critical that we have all our partners at the table. There are some partners, though, that I feel that we have to work a little bit harder to bring to the table. I think some of our private security and that kind of thing, because they're just not used to having a relationship with the police in that way. But I am committed to making sure that we bring them in and that they are part of our team. Again, we have a limited number of police officers to do the work. We have to rely on everybody coming together.
All right, so we are going to take a step aside, and we have a special guest. I like when we have special guests. So we have a Grammy Award-winning conductor, currently in his second season as music director of the Charlotte Symphony Orchestra. His work has taken him all over the world, from Germany to France to London, all across the U.S. And at this year's Grammy Awards, his recording of Heggie, Intelligence for Houston Grand Opera was recognized as the best opera recording, winning him his first Grammy Award. Kwame Ryan is here on WCNC Plus. Thank you for joining us.
It's great to be with you. Thank you for having me.
This is a cliche question. When you hear Grammy Award winning, how does that make you feel?
That's never going to get old, I can tell you. I'm still in the phase where I wake up every morning and think, was that real? Am I really a Grammy-winning artist? And I'm really still enjoying that little change in my biography.
When you heard your name, and even when you got on stage, what was going through your mind?
The ceremony is a long one, and you watch a lot of categories be announced, winners going up there, and you understand a few things. One, you understand that every category has 5 nominees. 2, you understand that all those 5 nominees are working at the top of their game and are actually all very deserving. And those 2 things kind of manage your expectations as it comes up to your category. Even if you think you're aware that you're also deserving, but it really is anybody's to take at that moment. So, yeah, the moment between and the Grammy goes to, and then the actual announcement is this incredible stew of excitement and doubt and hope, and then just an adrenaline explosion when you realize that it's you. Yeah, it's a real thing when you see people go up there to accept awards on an international stage like that, and they seem like their minds have been blown. There's a reason for that. Adrenaline is a very powerful thing when it overcomes you like that.
You mentioned this in your speech as a black conductor. Why? I know why that's important, but for our audience, why was that important for you to point out?
Well, as I said, on the stage, that's a pretty small demographic still. Black symphonic and operatic conductors, becoming less so. There are more of us now than there were a generation before. And there will be more of us a generation, after us. And I just understood at that moment that, when I was a teenager, I was so inspired by seeing, for example, the great African-American soprano Leontine Price sing with the New York Philharmonic with Zubin Mehta, who's an Indian conductor and was the music director of the New York Philharmonic, accompanying her. And I looked at that, and, my young brain took it for granted because I could see it, that was a possibility for me. Because it was tangible, I assumed that, I would be able to get there too. That's a naive assumption, of course, and there are all sorts of, challenges along the way of any high performance athlete or artist. But the self-belief and the belief in the possibility of a circumstance is incredibly powerful. And I wanted to make the point on that stage that any young aspiring black artists, classical artists in particular, that we're watching should take inspiration and, get on that path.
You talked about those early influences. Like early in our lives, we are hit with a bunch of influences and we don't realize it until later. When did you come to that realization, like, these are my influences?
Yeah. Well, I decided really early on that I wanted to be a conductor. And I was like 7 years old. I was in Toronto with my family, and we got tickets to go and see Porgy and Bess performed in the open air. And at the end of that, I told my mom I wanted to be a conductor, and then miraculously enough, she took me seriously. And I guess my mom was my first role model because she was an actress, and I used to go and watch her rehearse. I'd sit in the darkened theater and just be in this land of make-believe, and that's why I really gravitated towards the theater as a conductor, which is why I do opera. So it's like the mixture of music and theater. And then, along the way, as I say, Zubin Mehta was a huge role model of mine. Not just because he's a great conductor, but he's a great conductor of Indian origin, And I grew up in an environment in Trinidad and Tobago where half the population is Indian. So he looked like people that I would see around me in my everyday life. And again, taking that kind of assumption of possibility into your life and activities as a young person can be very, very powerful moving forward.
So Jake Heggie's intelligence is set in the Civil War. As you know, the plot is around two Civil War spies. It's very interesting. How did you get involved with the project?
Well, opera is a very complex, compound art form. There's this quote from Richard Wagner that refers to opera as the complete art form because it encompasses music and often dance and acting, design, be it costume design, set design, lighting design. And so the planning begins long in advance. So I was actually invited to be part of that production over 2 years before we actually ended up in Houston, and that was now 3 years ago. And the process is very simple. Once they have determined, the producing company has determined that you're the guy, you get an offer. And you negotiate around that offer. And at that point, the piece hadn't even been completed. But I was so intrigued by this incredible story of this ring of spies, and the primary agent was a former slave, and that it was a true story as well. Not least of all about women working on a large scale in terms of the effects of what they're doing, but practically invisible to the people around them. I found all of that intriguing and also relevant, contemporary to the circumstances which we find ourselves today. Women still, have to really work to be seen in what they're doing. We're still working with the legacy of slavery, still, dealing with a country that's divided in many ways, United States though they might be. So I thought all of that was something I really wanted to be involved in. I really wanted to tell that story.
So you're entering your second season as music director of the Charlotte Symphony Orchestra. What has that experience been like?
It's been a dream come true. And I say that sounds hyperbolic. That sounds almost corny. But this orchestra is very, very special. What attracted me was a combination of a really cool city. So I was already being drawn in from the moment I landed here and walked around a little bit. And then I met the orchestra, which is so capable, so expert, but also so warm and friendly. And we just had great chemistry from the very first rehearsal. And I saw in the musicians, just fellow artists that I really respected, but also human beings that, I felt would be my friends. And they have become my friends. And so going to work with the Charlotte Symphony doesn't feel like work. It feels like going to spend time with your friends doing something that you absolutely love and can deliver together. And that's incredibly motivating and sort of magnetic for me personally.
I mean, you've been all around the world, and I've heard you speak so highly of Charlotte. What is your favorite thing about the area?
Well, I'm not really a big city boy, but I understand that, if you want to work with a world-class orchestra, you do need to be in a city. Charlotte has this vibe that is big city possibilities and, resources, but a sort of a small town warmth. And I really gravitate towards that. You walk along the streets and people will greet you. People will say, "How you doing?" and "Have a nice day." And I love that. You might not experience that in New York. I'll tell you, I've just spent 2 months in New York. And I just love that charm. I love the fact that there are so many great places to eat in Charlotte. You walk along the streets and the smells kind of draw you to a bakery here, an Indian restaurant there. I love that. And as I say, being able to get that small town feeling in a big city and then go outside the city limits and find green and find nature, which is very important to me. I live in South Germany on the edge of the Black Forest. So in Germany, I can go out of my apartment, I can be in the forest in 5 minutes. That's not exactly possible here in Charlotte, but it's close enough. I can ride out of town or drive out of town and find some really beautiful green areas to sort of replenish my energies without going too far. I love that.
Now, you mentioned restaurants. Now I got to ask you, favorite place to eat? I put you on the spot there, but favorite place to eat?
Oh my goodness, you have put me on the spot. I'm not.
No pressure.
Well, I'm going to be honest because the place that I really like going to is a complete guilty pleasure. I've been quite taken with Amelie's Bakery. And I love going there in the afternoon just to grab a pastry and a hot cup of something and sit out when it's not as cold as it is now, and sit out in front of the bakery and enjoy just watching Charlotte go by and just thinking about my day and the next day. So yeah, my kind of regular haunt here in Charlotte, unfortunately for my waistline, is Amelie's Bakery.
I think our newsroom agrees with you on that one. That was a good choice. I got to ask, you've been all over the world. What have you learned about yourself so far in your journey?
I think the most important thing that has changed for me in the last 5 years or so, and that was kind of about the beginning of where Charlotte came on the radar for me, just coming out of COVID. Like a lot of people, post-pandemic, having had the opportunity to put my life on a kind of pause, I came out of it just reevaluating what was important to me. Um, and what I found was that whereas sort of before the pandemic, I was on this kind of treadmill of sort of climbing my career, climbing the profession and doing hopefully the right things at the right time with the right institutions to get to the next level. After the pandemic, I was just so appreciative of just being able to do what I loved again. I mean, none of us knew what was going to happen post-pandemic, how long we would be offline, as it were, with our normal lives. And being able to come back to performing and having full audiences in front of me or behind me as a conductor, as it would happen, was just so wonderful. I decided to invest more in joy and enthusiasm than in calculation and career. And that has really paid dividends. I've had a much better time, and the quality of the work that I've been producing has kind of taken itself to the next level just because of the purer motivations for that work. I've had more energy because it comes from a deeper place. And so, yeah, I think that's the thing that I've learned more than anything, which is to do things for the right reasons, to find motivations that kind of refill your tanks even as you empty them automatically, is a great platform for doing better and better work.
You've been so generous with your time. I have two more questions before I let you go. I asked you what you've learned. What do you hope to discover and learn about yourself as your journey continues?
What do I hope to discover? Well, I'm an artist, so I'm always looking for more and more profound experiences of making music and sharing music. Um, One of the things that really attracted me to Charlotte was the opportunity to invest in a community and to put down roots. Conductors and artists, not unlike sportsmen, can be quite itinerant in their activities, meaning that they travel a lot and do a little bit here and a little bit there. And the opportunity to really put down roots can be transformative for any human. But when you have a platform like I do as an artist that gets to perform for audiences, for large groups of members of the community, um, that comes with some responsibility. And I'm hoping that with the Charlotte Symphony Orchestra, we'll be able to really bind the city of Charlotte behind us the way that the Panthers do that and the Hornets do that. I feel like this symphony orchestra that Charlotte is so lucky to have has that kind of potential to bring people together behind it. So that's what my goals are for the next few years, to be a real Charlottean and invest in this city through the orchestra.
A question along the same lines. You have a Grammy. You've done so many things throughout your career. Is there a bucket list? Is there something else you want to check off that list that you have?
I'm going to be perfectly honest. No, not really. I actually feel right now like I'm living my best life. Um, and the ingredients of that are quite simple, and maybe that makes me a simple soul. I think I might be quite a simple soul. But when you're doing something you love with people that you love, and you feel comfortable, your life is settled and not anxiety ridden, as it can be for artists, for anybody doing anything high performance. When all those ingredients are in place, then by definition, you're living your best life. And I don't have any ambition to look too far beyond the horizon of this, investment in Charlotte. I'm super happy here and hoping to remain so for quite some time to come.
Kwame Ryan, living his best life. Thank you for taking time to do this interview. Grammy Award winning, let me say that again, Grammy Award winning, Grammy Award winning conductor, music director of Charlotte Symphony Orchestra. Man, thank you for your time again. You do incredible work. Charlotte appreciates you. And again, I appreciate you for stopping here on WCNC Plus.
Thank you. It was my pleasure. Thanks for having me.
All right. Let's take a quick break. We'll be back here in just 2 minutes here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus.
Welcome back. You're watching Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. We've been watching this really all day, so we're going to head on back to the North Carolina General Assembly. They're having an oversight committee right now asking Charlotte leaders just kind of about safety in general. We do know that right now Mayor Lyles and the CMPD police chief is answering questions, so let's take a listen in.
Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to ask the Chief a series of questions.
Sure, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Chief, Your Honor, I'm getting promotions today.
I'll call you anything you want.
I figured you called me a few things a minute ago, but that's okay.
No, I did not.
I heard her.
All were in respect of your leadership.
You are recognized.
Thank you, sir. So thank you so much, Chief Patterson, for being here. I, as my work in the community, be it an elected official or not, we've been all very honored for your service here in Raleigh and now in Charlotte.
Thank you.
You know, both areas are very difficult, right? And we're in a time where it was earlier said, law enforcement has been. We want to support you. We know majority of our budgets are dedicated to public safety. And so, you know, and I think we all are in agreement. You know, Representative Cunningham mentioned ACORN, and we have been in direct benefit of that. But these things cost money. And you already have a large vacancy rate. So my question is, what amount of funding would you need to get at least closer to the fulfilling a vacancy rate? And then in addition to that, when they get to a certain point that they can get that CIT training, how much would you need?
So, Madam Representative, I don't know that I can give you a number. What I can tell you is what I would like to see. If we are able to give a 10% increase in pay for our officers, I think that makes them more competitive. I think large police agencies deal with a situation where surrounding agencies, so smaller municipalities, are able to fund their police departments better in that sense. I experienced it in Raleigh. We've seen it here in Charlotte as well. And so when we increase the rate of pay, they increase their rate of pay. And so we're going back and forth. I think to partly eliminate that, if we had, say, a 10% increase in our pay and those take-home cars like I talked about, I think that really makes us more competitive with those around us. It becomes a point where other agencies probably cannot exceed that. So that would help us. I can't put a price tag on it. We haven't done the research completely to see, you know, how much that number is going to be. But I just put it out as food for thought for this body to be thinking about when you do the budget, when you start making budget considerations. If we look particularly for our larger agencies, and certainly we want to help all police. We want 0 vacancies across the board because we want our communities safe. I understand that fully. But I think our larger agencies are the ones who are seeing the crunch, or we're seeing these larger vacancies.
All right, that's the General Assembly, like I said, asking Charlotte city leaders questions right now. You know, that is on our secondary channel. So if you want to just listen to that straight up, you are more than welcome to. It's on WCNC Plus. You can just switch on over there. But we're going to head over to East Charlotte right now because that's where our Autumn Bracey is. And there has been some deadly crashes over there. 3 deadly crashes all happening on Plaza, Harrisburg, and Central. And that's where we do find Autumn, and she is going to tell us a little bit about what's going on in that area. Autumn, what's happening in that area? What are authorities telling you?
Hey, Megan. So I reached out to the city council and I spoke with JD Mazera Arias. He's where 2 out of the 3 of the crashes happened over the weekend. And he was able to tell me that it's of top priority on behalf of the city council, especially for him to kind of prioritize reducing these massive fatalities we've been seeing. The thought of there being 3 in one weekend, he says, is very concerning, and he says something needs to be done about it. He notated that Vision Zero is something that, the city is using as a way to reduce those fatalities and serious crashes. And so he's hoping that more support can be garnered. And in addition to support, funding specifically to maybe improve infrastructure. That may be some of the reasons why we're seeing such high increases of accidents and fatalities. One thing JD Councilman kind of mentioned was that it's concerning the growth. While it's wonderful, that Charlotte is continuing to grow and we're continuing to see more people come to the area, it's posing more challenges when it comes to more accidents happening. And so he says this is something that the city needs to work towards finding, ways to make this better for, people to ensure their safety. And so we also, Megan spoke with some of the local residents here in Charlotte, kind of just wanting their perspective. They said, they're not surprised to hear about the crashes because they say that there's a lot of people, if you drive around in Charlotte, that aren't necessarily paying attention, and they kind of, making it go back to driver accountability. People need to pay more attention. Maybe this could help reduce some of the issues we're seeing. But yeah, tonight you will have reaction at 5 and 7 on this ongoing issue.
Absolutely, Autumn. Something that, is really scary, especially in one weekend. Definitely something to watch. And I bet a lot of people in that area are concerned. So we look forward to hearing from you at 5 and 6 tonight. And good work out there.
Okay, thanks, Megan.
All right. Well, keep it right here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be right back in about 2 minutes. Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. If you're just joining us, we did hit some breaking news earlier this afternoon. Let's go back to this. This is in Georgia right now, in Gainesville, Georgia. The aircraft, this is an emergency landing that you're seeing here. Actually, no, we're not showing you that. Signal is lost. There we go. There's another one. This is where that plane crashed. You can see it's right in front of a Pizza Hut. And this is some aerial views that we are showing you right now of that plane making that emergency landing. We do know it hit several vehicles on the way down, and there are only minor injuries, which is always good news there. The aircraft's FAA records show that it is a 2010 Beechcraft Hawker G36. It's registered in Lexington, Kentucky, and we do know that it did take off from Gainesville in Georgia. So learning some more details in that breaking news. Like I said, minor injuries, always good news there, but crews are on the ground, continuing to investigate that emergency landing, why the pilot had to make an emergency landing, and so forth. So we will continue to keep you updated on any new information that does come into Live Impact News. For now, though, we are going to send it back over to Raleigh, because this has really been an ongoing thing all morning, all day. General Assembly, the House Select Committee on Oversight and Reform, talking about safety concerns. Right now, they are talking to Mayor Lyle Viles and, of course, the CMPD police chief. So let's take a listen in.
To represent Mecklenburg County here in the General Assembly, Representative Belk, Representative Logan, and the others who are here. I'm going to miss somebody. And there was someone who left.
You better get Becky.
That's right. But Representative Carney, I'll do it this way. Representative Belk, Representative Carney, Representative Logan, Representative Lopez, and Representative Cotham, and also Representative Cunningham, who's on this committee. So I wanted to acknowledge their presence here this afternoon. We've talked about, and I want to address this to Madam Mayor, who thank you for your presence here this afternoon. I cannot imagine being the mayor of such a big, cosmopolitan, and growing city, where every pothole becomes your pothole and every homicide becomes something that keeps you up at night, I'm sure. We talked about public safety today, but I want for you to chime in, Madam Mayor, about roads and transportation in Charlotte. Traffic is an issue, as you know, but then also about the big events that come to Charlotte. Charlotte is an international city that hosts international events. The World Cup has a major preliminary game that's coming up in May of this year. You've hosted the NCAA Final Four. You've got the NASCAR races right up the street that impact Charlotte and Mecklenburg. And then every time my New Orleans Saints come to town, I'm down in Charlotte cheering for them. So let me know, what
is that an invite to us?
I need all the Saints fans I can get. What impact do these major events have on the city that are both short-term when they happen, but also long-term, and the implications that you have to think about them in advance and after they occur?
Well, I want to say thank you for even thinking about Charlotte and how we are growing and why we are believing so much in what we do in terms of building out a city that everybody wants to live in. And so what I would say to you is I could send you Dave Tepper, and perhaps that would be okay. And he helped us start out with all of this. I mean, it's just been I think what I would say to you is that we are trying very hard to have people come into the community in our city and to be adjustable to things that a lot of people, when we're talking about the responsibilities that we have, but we also want people to have the opportunity to thrive and have their kids and housing and all of that. So we're not perfect by any means. I really want you to know that, and I know that you have us, our other leaders here, then they can explain some of these things that we have, but I would say that the most important thing to do that we're doing is creating spaces. So for example, we worked with the Tepper Sports to have a new stadium. And everybody, it was very difficult. It was a very tough decision. But when we had the game coming in, and it was the last time, and you know, the young man is like, he's all out there and everything, it was not a seat in the house. And it was really, really important. Right now, the Hornets are going on an eight times? 9? Oh, they're up to 9. Sorry. I was 9. But, you know, look.
You're about to get in trouble now.
I know. But when you think about this, pretty soon one of the things we're going to have, or at least not I'm going to have, but the Hornets are going to give the, what do you call the thing that you wear? No, I'm just joking. The jersey is going to be for Dale Curry. He's going to be given our leadership. We're going to give him the key to the city. And you start doing things like that, and then more people come, and they want to be uptown. And I think the biggest thing that we've done is really focused on safety uptown, to make people feel like they can be comfortable if they go for theater, or if they're going for sports, if they're going for whatever reason. We are working really hard to make sure. And this is, I have to just say a couple of things. I did not know Stella very well, but she's now my best friend because she has the wherewithal to work through some of these tougher issues that we perhaps need to know about. And we're grateful for her presence, and I believe that we have the opportunity to have something that's going to be really strong for what we're going to be able to do and achieve in our city. You know, we have 100 people a day coming into the city, 100 people a day. And we have to make sure every one of them comes feeling really like they can be safe, and that's what these two people do for us. And many people in our private sector just step right up to help us do this. And as long as we can carry out that kind of focus, I am sure that we can be proud, or make North Carolina proud of who we are, even if it's just a small thing about Charlotte.
Follow up. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chief Patterson, I want to direct that question towards you, because I could imagine also that these big events come to Charlotte, pull on your resources, and then how do you mitigate those for the people who live in Charlotte, having police resources, having to take care of World Cup, NCAA Final Four, hopefully one day soon a Super Bowl and those type things?
Yeah, Super Bowl would be nice in Charlotte. Again, it's a collaboration. When we have big events that we have to staff, we look for off-duty officers to do it. We do not pull our officers that are on the street serving the community. We recognize the importance of having them in place, but we pull from other agencies as well when we can, mutual aid, to come in and help us with these events. I think that you have to be able to rely on your resources that you have. Highway Patrol has been good to us when we need them to come in and help us with initiatives and different things. They are available. I thank the governor for making resources available to us. When I got in the seat on December 1st, he told me, if you need state resources, they are available to Charlotte. So I am thankful to have that kind of relationship where we have local, state, and federal assistance kind of thing. But it is taxing to have all the events that we do have in Charlotte. We recognize that. Our officers are tired because they have to work a lot of that. But we try to minimize it by getting other resources to help come in and to fill those gaps where we can.
Final follow-up, Mr. Chair. Thank you. So I'll make it two parts, so it'll just be one question. Do other municipalities around Charlotte help with these events, Monroe and some of the other small areas that may or may not be in Mecklenburg County? And then secondly, what should the General Assembly be thinking about to support Charlotte-Mecklenburg? We have these international events that come in. We benefit from them. We come and we go to the games and those things. But what should we be thinking about, not only as an entity, as a General Assembly, to think about Charlotte and some of the other large counties when you have these large events coming in?
Okay. Thank you for the question, and I'll take the latter part first, and then Chief Patterson will take the first part. There would be no extension of the Panthers contract here in Charlotte without the General Assembly allowing us to extend that tax. So it is a collaboration and a partnership. I think the last data point I had is 22% of the economic activity that occurs in North Carolina occurs in Mecklenburg County. So we have to have these partnerships in order to thrive. Between November 24 and November 25, I believe there were 16 projects that were announced in Charlotte, Mecklenburg. And we would not have had those projects without state incentives and local incentives. What we learned is many of these companies, they love the incentives, they love the workforce quality, they love the airport and the quality of life. So as we grow, I believe the state grows too. And so there are these opportunities for us to continue to collaborate with economic development opportunities. And I think what's super, super important, as I turn it back over to Patterson, is that how can we make sure that we're able to do these events? And I'll never forget, we had, a few years ago, we had a MLS game, we had a concert, we had a NFL game, and I think we had maybe the biggest event in golf in the world happening in Charlotte over a weekend. And because of these partnerships and these collaborations, we were able to pull it off. But we can't do it without the partnerships and collaboration.
And to answer your question, the first part of that question, Mr. Representative, is that to be fully transparent, right now we don't rely on a lot of mutual aid. It's usually CMPD officers, Mecklenburg County sheriffs, other agencies that have jurisdiction within Mecklenburg County. However, moving forward, I would love to see us do the same thing in Mecklenburg County.
Representative Echeverria.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for a series of questions.
You're recognized for a series of questions that go no longer than 3 minutes.
Yes. Excellent. The first thing I want to say is I live right outside of Charlotte, and we're in a bedroom community. So my community works and plays in Charlotte, and I am cheering on you. I think everyone's cheering on Charlotte. I do have a question because, you know, when we talk about the DEI things, we often talk about opportunities for jobs and contracts. But I'm more focused on the community at large. And right now in Charlotte, in Mecklenburg County, basically, from your data, 60% of the victims of violent crimes are black. And that may have a lot of explanations. However, my question is this. There is a mayor's racial equity initiative that has $250 million, 150 of private, but there's 100 taxpayer dollars in there. So if we're talking about equity and minorities, when we listen to the chief of police say that we need raises and funding, you know, my neighbors don't have a funding tree in the backyard, and we say funding like it's this abstract thing. What we're really saying is how much more money we want from other people. Being that there's $100 million in the mayor's racial equity initiative that is not being used for public safety, how do we balance that out to say we want black people safe and well, Hispanics safe and well, white people safe and well, but we're spending $100 million here while asking why we don't have more money over there?
May I try first?
Please, no, I don't even have a follow-up. I just want to understand it.
So thank you for the question, and I believe there's 3 parts to the answer, and I'll try to go as fast as I can. I want to start off by saying that, well, thank you for what you said about Charlotte. Thank you. So Charlotte is a well-managed city by any measure. We're a AAA bond-rated city, which means whenever we go out to borrow money, we can get it at the lowest rate, and there's a bunch of criteria around that. We actually have the lowest property rate of any large city in North Carolina, with 27.41 per $100 of assessed value. In the last 7 years, we've only raised the property tax once. We did that in 2025, and the vast majority of that was for public safety. Over that same stretch, when we start to talk about the 13 largest cities in North Carolina, and I won't name them, but 3 cities have raised property taxes twice, 5 have raised them 3 times, 2 have raised them 4 times, 1 has raised them 5 times, and 1 raised them 6 times in that 7-year stretch. So we have this low property tax rate. We have the majority of our money going to public safety, and I think that's just a base level. When we talk about the mayor's racial equity initiative, Where the city comes in is actually the corridors of opportunity. And that $100 million is not $100 million that's in a bank account somewhere. It is money set aside, and most of it's for infrastructure. And as you think about an infrastructure project, and I know there was some article about money not being spent, but it is allotted for that purpose, whether it's sidewalks, lighting, safety. So the city's, I guess, part of the mayor's racial equity initiative was simply the corridors opportunity, which are 6 areas in our city that have historically been underfunded. And so we believe that $100 million is a good investment. Most of it's in infrastructure, and the great news about it is for every dollar that's related to that investment in the corridors opportunity, we were able to get $1.71 in other investments.
All right, we've been listening into that committee hearing right now, so we will continue to follow that and let you know any updates that are coming from there. We're going to take a quick break, though, so keep it right here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. Watching Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. We're going to take it back to Raleigh. I just want to let you know, too, our Julie Kay is there right now. She is listening in, and she's going to continue to have live updates for us. But let's take a listen into what they are talking about right now.
What are the triggers?
I did not cut you off now.
What are the triggers that make federal come in off of the interstate? I know it's several of them.
Yes, and
Is it human trafficking?
well, so I-85 in Sugar Creek, it's an interesting area. For years, we have had incidents of, yes, human traffic, like you're saying, prostitution, drug sales, that kind of thing. We work with our federal partners. If we see there's a nexus where there is drug trafficking or offenses where we can bring in our federal partners to help us to clean that up and work with it, we do that. I know that there's been a lot of city funds that have have been dedicated to try to, quote unquote, clean up that area. It is a challenged area for us in our community, and I know that we are trying to do a little bit more. I don't have all that in front of me today, but that's certainly something that we can research and get more information to you.
Okay. The second question was this. The cameras up there, is it 200, 300, 400 cameras up there? Do you know?
I do not have that number. I'm
Okay.
so sorry.
I know it's some cameras up there. We just don't have enough officers that can capture everything. This question is going to be to Mayor Varlas. Madam Mayor.
Yes.
So the impact of the hotels, some of the negative hotels in that area right off of Sugar Creek, I see some changes happening, but I'm not sure if they're moving fast enough up there in that area. We're currently housing homeless children in some of the hotels in that very area, which I would say would be one of the worst areas for those children to be housed in, is a hotel up there right off I-85 where all this activity is going on. Have we looked at some other options for the displaced homeless children and families? You know, they have children, but they don't have anywhere to live.
Yes, I really appreciate you bringing that to everyone's attention, because we have been working very hard, working with the county, and as we talk about how we do things together and work together, we know that we have homelessness, and we know that these kids are not being able to go to school steadily and to be in a safe environment. And so I think that what we've been working with the county to build a system out so that we can have this done. And I believe what we want to do is make sure that we have bedrooms for both all of the families and as well. But as Stella has said, or the chief has said, that has been an area that it's kind of like dark. You just can't get enough light in there to get people to say, I'm going to be in this community, I'm open to it. So we're working with the county and providing more of that information and trying to get a program going on for housing our homeless people.
Thank you. But will you send me what you all are doing so I can kind of look at it? Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, ma'am. As you may notice, House members have ADD. We try to stay on one, but we're so excited to talk to all of y'all. So, but quickly, Chief Patterson, to kind of wrap it up with you, I thought you might want to take an opportunity to talk about Operation Safe Season before we part today.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, thank you so much for that. I told you when I got in the seat on December 1st, by that weekend, we were already kicking off an initiative because I wanted to make sure that our residents and our citizens see that we care about public safety, that I care about reducing violent crime. So we kicked off Operation Safe Season 2 weekends in a row, December 5th and also December 12th. And in that short period of time, again, we brought all these partners together. We made 437 traffic stops. The troopers made the most of those, I'll just say that. 438 citations, 54 arrests, 34 illegally possessed firearms taken off our streets in Uptown Charlotte, which is wonderful for us. And from some of those arrests, we had federal indictments. Our U.S. attorney took some of those cases. And I said, we just can't focus on the Uptown. Every resident in Charlotte needs to feel safe. So I told my team, I said, let's expand that. And so we did with Queen City Safe, which we kicked off last weekend, 2 weekends ago, rather. And in that operation, we were looking in North Charlotte around that I-85 corridor, and we made 133 traffic stops, 51 citations, 17 arrests, 14 illegal firearms seized, 2 vehicles seized, and over $1,400 in narcotics was taken off our streets. These are the kind of initiatives that I'm about and that we're going to continue to do throughout our city. Many people say we got to focus on the Uptown because that's the epicenter, and I agree, but every single resident in our community needs to feel safe, and I'm going to make sure that they feel safe.
So we assume that you're going to have some more of these initiatives.
Yes, sir. That's the plan.
Well, on behalf of this General Assembly, we want to thank you for being here today. And I want you to know something. You have a very robust delegation in your county. One of our most senior members, who has always been a lifeline for me when I got something to ask, a former trooper, healthcare worker. So you've got a robust delegation. As Majority Leader, all the citizens are my district now. So you've got a friend in my office. Anything that you need, please reach out to us. Let us help you. Mayor.
Thank
Thank you.
It is
Mr.
always
Chair.
good to see you. You light up a room that you always walk in. It's been a while, but thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
We're going to wrap up very quickly. We just want to run over a few things, let folks have a couple questions. You guys are going to have an awesome opportunity here with the military games coming very soon. So I just want to ask, being you have some of the globe's strongest people in the world coming, what is the plans to welcome them and protect them when they're getting here? And it's always good to have a Jones in the house, so Mayor or Mr. Jones, either one.
The military part.
Turn your mic on, please. Thank you, Mayor.
I'm just so thrilled about the military games coming, and this has been something that the Belk family has wanted to do for so long, and now it's coming in. I'm more worried about how we're going to get enough people to speak enough English or whatever the other languages are going to be.
They tell me these new ear pods do it like that, so I'm going to have to get me a pair of those.
I think you better go ahead because there'll probably be a run on the store for them.
Yep.
But I think, Marcus, you wanted to explain some of the things that we're working through?
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Mr. Chair, for the question. We're super excited about it. It's first time in the United States.
Yes.
So we are, what's I guess the leading age or the bleeding age? I don't know how to say it, but we are excited. We're working with our partners to put on something that's really, really exciting that everybody can be proud of.
All right, General Assembly, they're asking them some questions, the mayor and the police chief there, CMPD police chief. But we're going to switch gears a little bit here and talk about someone else that was a former city council person. So Tijuana Brown, she is like I said, former Charlotte city council member and pled guilty in federal court. This is in connection with COVID-19 relief fraud scheme. So we have Miles Harris right now in Live Impact News. And Miles, you were at this trial, or not trial, I should say, but this hearing in court today. And kind of tell me what that process was and what happened.
It's an interesting one because I've never really been in federal court when a plea agreement deal was really discussed, gone through, and things of that nature. So kind of like you mentioned it, she's in court today for wire fraud conspiracy, which is essentially what she pled guilty to. So during the process, the judge obviously asked her a list of questions, really just dialing it into, are you aware of what you're pleading to, pleading guilty to this? And so prosecutors say that this maximum could face up to 20 years behind bars, a $250,000 fine, and then 3 years of supervised release. So a lot of charges and a lot of pieces with this, though, too. She agreed to everything, said everything under oath, and pled guilty. So now what ends up being the case now is we wait and find out the next scheduled hearing, which will be in court, and that's when we'll find out more of the details into what she actually will face as far as consequence in this matter, which could be just probation. It could be just a probation situation. But again, this is one that ties in with her daughters when it comes to this conspiracy or this wire fraud conspiracy. It ties in with PPP loans, which is over $40,000. And we've discussed this over the months when this first broke, because a lot of that money was used towards a birthday party, right? And that was in the court documents as well. And so this dates back to, again, the COVID era, which was around April of 2020 until about September of 2021. So that's kind of where this whole thing kind of stems from. But now we're really just in a waiting game of trying to figure out, what the scheduling of this hearing for the sentence will look like. We were looking to speak or hear from her after court, and she snuck out the side door.
Yeah.
So we had a lot of reporters, not just us, but a lot of other stations were also curious to hear what she had to say following court. But again, she kind of deflected and didn't even address us at all. So we did see that she posted on Facebook that she was kind of pleased to kind of hear more about how the situation in court had kind of went today. She kind of praised God with that and whatnot too. But it's just going to be interesting to kind of see what happens with this moving forward now too.
Right. And like you said, we're waiting to see when that next that sentencing is for her, to see what she gets for this. Did they mention anything about her daughters and what they could potentially face at all? Or
Because that's been continued until April.
Sure.
So we're going to wait a little bit for that one though as well. They did mention their names obviously as ties with this one as well. But again, the biggest two things that we're taking away from this is that she did officially enter this plea this guilty plea, which is interesting though too, because when I talked to one of our other reporters, Nate Morbido, he had mentioned that said that she would never take one.
Right.
So we were kind of eager to kind of hear more of what changed with this case in particular. With that, we haven't been able to get that opportunity to ask that question, and we hope to obviously get that between now and when this next sentence hearing is.
Sure.
So that was the big thing that kind of stuck out with me with this one though as well. But yeah, we're just waiting to kind of hear what's next with her in this case. So.
Absolutely. Okay, Miles, when can we hear your story tonight?
5 o'clock.
5 o'clock.
5 o'clock.
All
so
right.
don't miss that one. So.
We'll be looking forward to it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Megan.
All right, you're watching Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. We'll be right back after about a 2-minute break. Thanks for watching Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. We're going to head over to St. Thomas, Minneapolis campus right now. Like I said, University of St. Thomas, Minneapolis. They did have a lockdown, but it did end around 1:30. As you can see, these are aerials of the school right now, and they ended the lockdown on both campuses in St. Paul and Minneapolis after investigating an active threat. There was an email around 12:45. A school representative told our sister station that the campus security asked students and staff to shelter in place and stay in secured buildings until the lockdown had been lifting. So we are working to learn more about what that threat was. But like I said, this threat over now, lockdown ended around 1:30. So that is good news. You are seeing aerials at St. Paul. Now we're going to head over to California right now, where the Seahawks are departing for Seattle after their Super Bowl win. I'm sure a lot of them are exhausted because I would have been partying all night if I was them. But live look right now as they are going to head on in and then go to Seattle, where I'm sure a lot of fans are going to be excited to embrace them. Honestly, a great game for them. Kind of boring to watch. We've been saying it all day. Super Bowl.
Tell us how you really feel.
Pretty boring. Back in, but I'm kind of happy because I'm not a Patriots fan. So go Seahawks, and that's great. They're going to be. James, you're a football guy, right? Sure. He goes, yeah. What is this?
I thought you were going to ask me like track
Is
this
this
plane
their
or something.
third Super Bowl? I mean, look.
Carlene's in the room. Why are you asking me?
I know.
Seahawks,
I know that the
Super
Patriots have won lots of Super Bowls.
Yes,
but
I know.
Not
I
this
can't.
Wins.
Yeah.
How much, Carlene?
Let's see. This is their second.
They're second. Oh, that's so fun.
Got
Yeah.
so many.
It must be nice.
Two rings, two.
You know, I was
We don't have
saying to
one.
somebody last night, because we went to 4 Super Bowls in a row. If you don't know, me and Carlene are Buffalo Bills fans.
Sure are.
And 4 Super Bowls in a row, and we lost all 4 Super Bowls. And
You
I
and Carlene personally.
we did
did.
personally,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah,
As
yeah.
a Buffalo Bills fan, we take it personally.
I was there.
But the thing is like statistically, I feel like that's impossible, but it happened.
It happened.
You know what I mean? Like statistically, that just does not make any sense.
It happened.
So-
And you know what? We've been paying for it ever since.
Ever since,
And,
cursed.
you know, it doesn't seem like we can get back.
But maybe it's a new stadium, new.
Maybe.
I don't know. Who
You'll
knows?
wash away some of the bad and get some
Yeah.
new energy. Maybe.
And someone was saying too, they sent me the new logo for next year's Super Bowl, which
Yeah.
isn't confirmed yet. But they're like, oh, the Bills, because it has blue in it. So
Aw.
we'll see.
We'll see.
Anyways,
We can dream.
We can always dream. I've been dreaming for years.
I would like it to be more than a dream, but you know.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, now we're going to head back to Georgia because in Gainesville, Georgia, there was an emergency landing by a small plane. We know that there are minor injuries, but that plane did hit several vehicles. You can see it right there on our screen that it landed in the road, actually right near a Pizza Hut and looks like a grocery store. So, yeah, like I said, several vehicles were hit, but okay for now. The FAA records show it's a 2010 Beechcraft Hawker, and it was registered to Lexington, Kentucky. We're going to go over to Gainesville right now, and it looks like the police chief is speaking on the matter about the plane crash or plane emergency landing. So let's take a listen in.
On Brownsbridge Road, which is Georgia 369 at Pearl Nicks Parkway. The initial call came in that a plane had struck a number of vehicles. Upon investigation, it was determined that the plane had left Gainesville Airport, went out to Cherokee County is where they were going. Upon a takeoff, a liftoff, they determined that they were having some engine issues. Once they got over Lake Lanier, they were able to make a turn back, trying to make it back to Gainesville Airport. Unfortunately, they were unable to do so and had to make an emergency landing on Brownsbridge Road. During that emergency landing, they did strike 3 other vehicles. 2 individuals were taken to Northeast Georgia Medical Center with minor injuries. This is an incident in which we are very, very fortunate. In fact, one of the vehicles that was struck, the tank on the end of the plane actually dislodged into the back of their vehicle, causing some injuries to one of the occupants of that vehicle.
It was a pretty busy roadway, obviously, so this is like the middle of the day, just normal traffic.
Yes, as you can imagine, around lunchtime, very busy here in town. This roadway typically has hundreds of thousands of vehicles that travel around it throughout the day. This is one of the main arteries through Northeast Georgia. So the fact that this plane came down, did not strike any power poles, any power lines, and only hit 3 vehicles is absolutely remarkable. This is something that could have had very, very different circumstances. The fact that no one was seriously injured or killed is just astonishing. 2 pilots were on that plane. Both of those individuals are walking around now, assisting with the investigation. So this is something that could have been extremely different.
Do you know, you said, where'd you say they were going, Cherokee County?
Yeah, the plane left Gainesville Airport, was headed toward Cherokee County. Once they took off, they began to get altitude. They then observed or realized that something wasn't quite right. They began to lose some engine power and then began coming down. They quickly realized they were not going to make it back to the airport and decided to land it here on the roadway.
Extremely lucky.
Extremely lucky on many, many situations and circumstances. Not too many pilots could do what they did here today, but the fact that they were able to land in the middle of hundreds of vehicles and only hit 3 of them, no power lines, is very remarkable.
Do they have any idea what happened, or just lost power?
They don't know at this time. We're currently working with the NTSB, the FAA. We are waiting on them for their investigation, so we do expect this main artery through North Georgia to be closed down for some time.
Have you ever seen anything like this?
we've worked many plane crashes. Not one that comes down like this. Typically, they don't have these types of outcomes. Typically, we do see very different outcomes. Worked many deadly plane crashes. The fact that this went down where it did, and no one was even seriously injured, much less killed, is remarkable.
Experienced pilots, I'm taking it.
One of them was actually what I would consider a student pilot. He was flying with the other pilot so that he could get his hours in to do his solo flights. Again, you have an experienced pilot and one not so experienced pilot, but the fact that they were able to do what they did today and get out and walk is really remarkable.
I'm not sure if you mentioned it, but I heard something about some shipping bombs in the area that were landed at first.
So they went out, and again here in Gainesville, we're surrounded by Lake Lanier. There was a couple pieces of property I think that they were eyeing. They realized that they could not make it there, so they had to turn around and try to make it back to the airport. But they did make it here. As you can see, it's a large commercial area, people everywhere. Not only did they get a show at lunchtime today, but they got really lucky that something else didn't happen.
And the plane came up the roadway this way, or how did it land? Do you know?
Yes, so the plane initially came down. As you could see, just oddly enough, there's a Mega Millions Georgia lottery there, which is exactly what this pilot should do tonight. But they were coming down right along that billboard there, came down actually under the power lines, and that's when they struck those 3 cars. But again, there were many other cars on the roadway that were able to get out of the way. Unfortunately, two minor injuries are all we had here today. Could have been very different. Just the fuel tank that was dislodged from the airplane into the back window of this SUV. That individual was covered in fuel, went to the hospital, but that's the only injuries they had. So as you can imagine, the fuel tank there full of fuel could have been very different.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank y'all. Anything else? Awesome. We appreciate y'all. Thank you.
That's weird. I got the race.
Like you heard them over there for that emergency landing pilot, very lucky. The police chief saying he should play the lottery tonight because very lucky that there were only minor injuries. All right, we're going to take a quick break here on Live Impact News, but keep it right here on WCNC Plus. All right, welcome back to Live Impact News. Once again, heading on over to California, where the Seattle Seahawks are making their way home. This is aerial views right now. They are all loaded up on the plane. The Super Bowl champs going to go on home and celebrate with their fans there. I'm sure they're going to have an epic parade in Seattle. Really looking forward to that. Overall, the game was boring.
Yeah.
But good for them. You know, they got it. They ended up scoring some touchdowns. If anyone could get an MVP of that game, I would say the kicker should have.
100%.
But we were looking it up last night, and kickers really don't get MVPs for that. Like, I think there's
This
like a
one should.
set list, and this one should,
This one
because
should.
that guy won the game.
Yeah. I'm not gonna lie, it was a little bit of a boring.
Oh,
a
it was
boring
a
game.
snooze
Besides
fest.
a halftime show, I'm like, I was bored.
Listen, bored. I was like on my phone, and
Yeah.
halftime show was great, but
Yeah. It
other
is
than
what
that,
it is.
Go Seattle.
Go Seattle.
Eugene,
one of the greatest,
right?
50 greatest Seahawks of all time.
I
know he was
do.
partying.
I do have to say though, for Drake May, who is of course from
Charlotte
Huntersville, represent whatever, la 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 la.
We're rooting you on.
We're rooting you on, but Bills fans over here. But the thing is, he's still very young. They probably have a very bright future ahead of them. So
You should be proud to get this far.
I mean, we haven't.
Yeah, we haven't. We haven't.
We didn't.
So
good for them.
Yeah.
But yeah, great job all around. Like I said, plane is about to depart. There it is. I wonder how many people are going to be waiting for them when they land. Tons. So
Tons.
exciting. This is the second Super Bowl they won. So very exciting for them. I wonder how it feels.
One day, maybe we'll.
One day.
Even to get there, I'd be happy just to get there.
Yeah. You know what would be fun, though, is a Panthers-Bills Super Bowl.
Would be fun.
Can you imagine?
The city would be split. There's a lot of Buffalo people here.
A lot of New Yorkers,
Buffalo people
including
here.
us. Sorry. Well, Carlene, you're from...
I'm from Charleston, but
she's a Bills fan.
I fell in love with Bills Mafia, so here we are.
Here we are.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
James?
Go sports ball.
Go sports ball.
You're from Long
Speaking
Island.
of...
Do you have an allegiance to any team?
I do not have an allegiance to a football team.
Okay.
No.
You're not like
No,
Jets?
the closest I get would be the New York Mets, which I realize is not a football team.
No, it's a
but
baseball
just
team.
for
But yeah.
context.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
But the Jets and the Giants, who famously play in New York.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Famously in Jersey.
Famously.
Jersey, New York. Okay, live look at the stadium right now. Panthers, season starting right now. They're going to be practicing. Let's go Panthers. I do love me some Panthers, though. I really do.
Of course.
I think this year was
We
awesome.
want good things for them.
Yeah.
I would love to be in a city that was like had a winning, team. When it was they got into the playoffs, the city was like
Oh,
popping.
yeah. I love it. It's great. I mean, and you know what? Hornets are doing good right now,
They are
too.
doing
So
very good.
Very fun to watch that
Is
as well.
tonight when they go for their 10th consecutive win?
Oh,
Yes.
wow. Okay. I'm
Producer
going
brain.
Wednesday.
I'm going Wednesday as well.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Are we
I gotta
sitting
change.
next
Well,
to each
because
other?
I was gonna go to the last one, but
Yeah.
then it got moved to 3:00 because of the storm. Boo.
Boo.
So I got tickets.
Okay, well, see you Wednesday.
See you Wednesday.
If you guys want to go too, see you Wednesday. Cheer on the Hornets. Let's go. Okay, what do you think, James?
Weather time.
Weather time. Okay, good news from Majestic is I'm going to break that news for you. We're going to see 70s.
70. Wow.
Yay! So exciting. Okay, so let's listen into Majestic Storm.
Well, good afternoon to you. I'm meteorologist Majestic Storm, and finally we get the return of sunny skies. I've been loving this camera here at Ski Mountain. Lots of people taking advantage of the beautiful weather and the snow that the mountains got over the weekend, and really the temperatures are so much more enjoyable today, whether you're up in the mountains or here in the city. I'm forecasting sunny skies and mild temperatures. Out there in Dallas, nice and clear, much of the same here in Monroe. If you still still have a few clouds left in your neighborhood. Honestly, they're all on their way out. And if you like today's forecast, which is pretty nice, sunshine by late afternoon, upper 40-degree temperature, some of you hitting low 50s, you're going to love tomorrow. Sunny skies and 70-degree temperatures. That is no typo. You are hearing me correctly. Tomorrow's going to be one of those days. Get outside. What are you going to do? Go to the golf course, work out in your yard, maybe go for a long walk. Maybe you just need to wash your car. Taking a look ahead, we do have some rain chances as we're heading towards the later half of our work week and into the weekend. We'll get to that. Let's focus on this though. Yesterday for Super Bowl Sunday, it was a chilly one, 35 degrees, and today calling for upper 40s, so we're on our way up. Clear skies by the time you're picking up those kids after school today, feeling good, looking nice. Clear skies overnight tonight will allow those temperatures to drop again. But overall, our daytime highs today, while they are warmer than yesterday, they're still a little bit below our average high for this time of the year. We should be at about 54, 55 degrees, and today here in the Queen City, 49. As we're looking at our overnight low temperatures, get this, 30 degrees, all right? So tomorrow morning, grab that jacket. You're still going to want it heading out the door. It's going to be chilly with a mix of those upper 20s and low 30s, but then watch what happens. Our daytime highs tomorrow, oh yeah, we're turning up the heat with upper 60s and low 70s. 70 degrees tomorrow in Charlotte, 70 in Chester, 71 in Lancaster, and it's all because that southwesterly flow that's going to be pumping in warmer air for us, and those temperatures are really going to respond. Satellite and radar clearing out very nicely as we're heading into the afternoon. Beautiful day today, even better by tomorrow if you ask me. And then here's our futurecast taking us into that 4 o'clock hour. Still very nice, upper 40s and low 50s. This is for today. And then as we're heading throughout the night tonight and into Tuesday, mostly clear conditions. Waking up tomorrow morning right around freezing. So one of those days where you grab a layer in the morning, you toss it aside by the afternoon because nobody wants to be wearing a jacket when it's 70 degrees. So take advantage of tomorrow because by Wednesday we will have more cloud coverage returning. Temperatures drop just a little bit and only about a 20% chance for a random stray shower. Honestly, I think it's going to take a lot more rain to be impactful, and it doesn't actually move in until this weekend. So sunny tomorrow, 70 degrees. Look at the overnight low. Heading out the door on Wednesday, 57 degrees. That's even warmer than our actual daytime high should be for this time of the year. 67 though for our high on Wednesday with mainly cloudy skies. Thursday not looking too bad. And then Sunday's the day that the rain is going to return. You can see it here in our long range futurecast. Heading into Saturday afternoon, conditions look fine. It's late on Saturday, so if you have plans for Saturday night, keep the umbrella handy and keep it handy through Sunday as well. Here's our Jerry Hunt Supercenter 7-day forecast. Mild conditions as we're starting out our new work week. I'm calling for picture perfect conditions on Tuesday, and then stay close to our WCNC weather team. We'll get you through our rainy weekend come Sunday.
All right. Awesome, 70 degrees. We love to see that. You're watching Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. I'm out of here, but Nick Sturdivant is going to come on in and take this spot right here. So have a wonderful day.
Welcome back here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. I'm Nick Sturdivant. All right, so we brought this story to you last night, but here's the full interview. Julio, the French Bulldog, is back home with his owner nearly a year after being stolen. I know you remember the story. We reported the story about 10 months ago, nearly a year ago. Jayla Gittens, who was moving from her apartment in April 2025, when she says someone took her car with her dog inside. Ever since, she's been pushing to get her dog back. Vanessa Rufus sat down with not only Julio, but Julio's owner, Jayla, and a few others to talk about that great return home for Julio. Let's take a listen into that full interview.
Yeah, so on Friday, January 30th at like around 7 o'clock, I got the call from the animal control, and they asked me, was I Julio's owner, and that they had found him outside of animal control that night. When it happened, I was actually getting ready to go out and go to dinner, so I just kind of dropped everything that I was doing, and I was kind of in just shock. I didn't actually believe that it was true. I thought it was a prank because I had them send me photos, and they sent me the photos, and he clearly was not in the best shape, but like I could tell kind of when I looked at him, okay, that's my dog. Plus, thankfully, he's microchipped, so there's no way that, he could get mixed up with anybody else. I was just in shock. And then just my luck, we had like a historic snowstorm come, so the animal shelter was closed for 2 days, and I couldn't pick him up until that Monday. But when I did, it was like it finally became real, because I don't think it would have been real until I saw him, because I had gone through so many ups and downs and just followed so many leads until we got to this point.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that is just so wild to me was not only the length of time that you were without Julio, but also how the situation went down, how he was stolen, basically, and then everything that you had to do thereafter to try to get him back. I mean, can you talk about just reflecting back over roughly the past year of what this has been like for you, a year of this?
It's honestly... It was so stressful. Like it felt like I worked a second job. It felt like I had like my regular day job, and then at night I was just like searching for Julio. I was doing quite literally anything I could to get my dog back. I was like putting up flyers. I mean, you had the police investigation going. Then I had to, do a civil suit. I went to city council. Anything that even seemed like a possibility that would work, I did. So it was difficult, and it was difficult to keep going. I think that's what it is too. It was difficult to kind of keep the faith for a time. Like, I think probably the week before I got the call, I was kind of looking at all his stuff in my house. Oh, come here. I was looking at all the stuff in my house, and I was wondering, like, should I get rid of this stuff? I mean, it's been so long. I was like kind of starting to like lose hope. And I think one big thing that kept me going was the community, like knowing I had so many people who were following my story, who were looking out for Julio. And, I was like, well, if you have all these people looking out for him, there has to be a chance that he'll come home.
Yeah. I don't know if you believe any.
All right, so you can check out that full interview on YouTube, also on our website, WCNC.com. Again, Julio, the French Bulldog, back home with his owner nearly a year after being stolen. We want to go now to some breaking news. This is a live look at a high school in Maryland. This is actually Wooten High School there. The school is on lockdown after a person was shot on campus. Police calling this an active incident. We want to go now to our content partners there in D.C., WUSA 9. Let's take a listen into their coverage.
Unification spot for students and parents will be at Frost Middle School, which is kind of on the back end of Wooten High School. So you can see there's so many issues in regards to logistics with this, because the roads here, there's nowhere to park, right? And I mean, think about all this winter weather we've had built up. There's no area where you can create a parking lot, an area for parents to kind of get their cars there. So all the parents right now that you're seeing are being told, hey, reunification with your students will be at Frost Middle School. Now, Andy, as far as the lockdown time, I think all we really know is that around 2:15, it sounds like as soon as the shots were fired, call came out is when the school went into lockdown, which these days lockdown means, classrooms go dark, everyone locks the doors, kids start hiding. We were talking to one parent who told us, like I said, that his son was hiding in a closet in the classroom. Like, this is kind of the nature of how these things are done now, and you can see cars starting to turn around and go that way. Again, like I said, the reunification spot for all this is going to be at Robert Frost Middle School. That's what this officer just said. And as we've gotten to the scene, normally as media when we get here, there's kind of an area blocked off, but we're here so early that hasn't even been kind of decided yet. So we're just kind of learning and figuring out this situation moment by moment, second by second. Annie, back to you.
Matt, so the reunification is at Frost Middle School. Of course, this is the unthinkable, every parent's worst nightmare. I'm curious what that text said that parents received as far as, the text from the school. If you have a student in these county schools, they send out these mass texts. Were you able to maybe see that text message, exactly what it said?
No, I wasn't able to see that message. I did see some of the messages he'd been exchanging with his son, which were just saying sort of like, this is what's going on. But he said he did get the report at least around 2:15 or so, and this father said he left work immediately and came right here. But again, this is difficult because while he is speaking with his child, others are trying to communicate with their kids, and they're just not getting any information yet. And now we're seeing all sorts of, it's a bit chaotic. I'm sorry. As I'm talking to you, Annie, and I'm looking at the camera, I'm watching things happening around the camera. We're seeing police heading in this direction. We're seeing parents go in that direction. It's like you would expect, right? This is a chaotic scene, one fraught with fear, one fraught with a kind of confusion overall. So that's, I think around 2:15 or so, if I can get back to your original question, is when this father said that he had gotten the report. But I didn't see what the message said. I think it just said there was a lockdown and a report of shots fired. Everyone seemed to think that it was around the school. There was a report that it may have been outside near the woods, but as we've been able to get more information, and police have too, we find out it's not outside, it's not near the school, it was inside Wooten High School. Annie, back to you.
Okay, yes, Matt, I know you're doing your best trying to get the information. We hear the chopper, we hear the sound coming from that scene from, parents asking what's going on here. But if you are just joining us, we're working some breaking news out of Montgomery County just after 2 o'clock, around 2:15. Montgomery County police received reports of shots fired near Wooten High School. And when they got to the scene, they found one person shot. We have confirmed that person shot was inside the school at the time. We don't know the condition of the victim. It is unclear whether the person is a student or a staff member. Meanwhile, the school remaining under lockdown at the moment. The scene is secure, and we're giving you aerial shots here from Sky 9. Rockville City Police on the scene, and we're told that parents can head to Frost Middle School to be reunited with their student, with their child. Still unclear exactly how this is all going to work. Lorenzo, you're joining me now.
Yeah.
Information is pretty limited right now, but Matt Gregory on the scene, they're trying to bring us what he can. It looked like we had a handful of parents just kind of standing on the street there next to Matt, trying to figure out how they can, get their child.
Yeah, you mentioned it before, Annie. A parent's worst nightmare. You get this news. Parents who may be watching us right now, looking at these images, this is frightening right here. If we can take this image again live here, showing Wooten High School and just the perimeter here, because before the pilot there in Sky 9 sort of went back toward the school, you saw these officers with their guns drawn, just traversing this neighborhood. Who knows what they're looking for at this hour? Again, the details, the information that we are getting is very limited. According to police, this happened not even an hour ago, but shortly after 2:15, we know that someone was shot inside of Wooten High School. In terms of a suspect who they're looking for, that is still unclear at this point. How this happened is also unclear. Annie, you mentioned moments ago that students were supposed to be dismissed at around 2:30.
That's what the bell schedule looks like. This is high school, so they tend to get out around that time.
Yeah. And you had the buses in the front, so
sure,
clearly they were getting ready for
dismissal is a whole process. You've got kiss and ride, you've got the buses lining up well before, I know, as a parent, just lining up in car line an hour before dismissal. So lots of parents already, I'm sure, at the school by then. You have after school activities activities going on. But you know, I'm curious though, and I hope to ask Matt this: if Wooten High School has metal detectors. You know, a lot of schools. Yeah, go ahead.
I don't think they do.
Right.
I don't think this school in particular has metal detectors.
That's what I
know in terms of school security and safety, it has been a big issue there in Montgomery County. You think back to Magruder High School, and I may be getting my years wrong here, 22-23, the student shot inside of the restroom there by another student, another teenager with a ghost gun. Since then, a lot of folks, a lot of parents, students in Montgomery County have been concerned about school safety. They've been having these conversations over and over, asking what's being done to make sure that my child is going to be safe at school. The same thing for teachers. They want to know that they're going to be safe in the classroom as well, because we have seen these unfortunate incidents at schools across the country where these school shootings, and they prepare for these moments, these emergencies. Again, not knowing what happened here, but school safety has been top of mind, and if I'm recalling correctly, I do not believe they have metal detectors here at Wooten High School, but that could have changed over the last couple of weeks or so.
Yeah, and to your point, I mean, you know, I know these students and faculty and staff are doing those lockdown drills routinely in case something happens, but, you know, just shock right now, I'm sure, and confusion, especially for parents. Let's get to our Matt Gregory now, who is on the scene. Matt, have you learned anything additional?
No, you know, we haven't learned anything additional quite yet, just like what you were talking about, but I'm joined here by a student who says he went home early, and his name's Joel Shore. Joel, tell me about what first of all, are you okay, and how are you feeling right now?
I mean, I'm okay. Honestly, I'm kind of shocked by this. It was very, you know, unexpected.
Yeah.
Right, I've been going here for quite some time, and like I just haven't seen anything like this at school before. I've heard about it at other schools, but you know, never at Wooten.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, what have you heard from your friends inside the building?
I mean, so far my friends are okay.
Yeah.
They're in like the lockdown positions, right, where they have to get like under the desks, turn off the lights, and like they lock the doors and close all the blinds.
Can I ask you, how do you train for something like that?
I mean, honestly,
do they
yeah.
Parents, is this something you guys actually routinely train to do?
Yeah, we do it a few times a year. We have drills, you know, for these kinds of events.
I would guess, you know, as you've been going through, do you know you left school around what time today, and then sort of when did you get the report that this might be this was happening?
I left not long after first period, right? So I want to say around like 8:45ish. I left.
So then, did you get an alert on your phone that this was happening?
No, my mom actually, she came down because I was just laying down. She came downstairs and she said, "Joel, there's been a shooting at Wooten." So yeah.
And now you've been texting with your friends. What are they saying? Are they hearing anything inside the building? Is anything being shared with them information-wise?
I mean, they haven't really said, but like I've been asked, like, "Are you guys okay? Like, how are you guys feeling?" And it seems like, you know, everyone inside is extremely scared, right? And shocked.
Yeah.
So yeah, but.
And how do you feel? I mean, I know I asked you earlier, but I mean, you're on the outside, they're in there. How are you feeling?
I mean, honestly, I'm shocked, and I honestly, I just wish this didn't happen. Like, this is really weird and like hard to process for me.
Do they have metal detectors inside Wooten or any sort of weapons detector? That's one question one of our anchors was asking.
No, I don't believe they do. I wish they did, but they don't have metal detectors because, you know, zippers, binders, so yeah.
Oh, so when you walk in, you just walk right in the door?
You walk in, they check your student ID, and then you just walk right in.
All right. Well, Joel, thank you for your time. I appreciate it. Sorry for what you're going through right now at this moment. Yeah. So, like we got a little bit of insight, you know, kind of into what the students are experiencing. Joel, who left early, he says, was telling us kind of what his friends have been telling him inside. But again, as we're kind of looking at everything over here, like you can kind of see, go kind of point over here a little bit more. Ruth, what are we're looking at down just a bit further beyond everything. You're seeing more police continuing to arrive. We don't really have an idea of when this will be resolved, and there's information that I've been getting that's kind of coming from students inside, but again, since I don't have confirmation with police, we're gonna have to wait back on that. But as far as we know, there's one victim at least in this shooting inside the school. We do not know the number of shooters or shooter. We're still working to get that confirmed, and we're trying to find out more information. But again, all of this against the backdrop of an incredibly sensitive situation as parents continue to show up looking for answers and obviously wondering what's going on. We have been told, like I said, and I'd like to reiterate that there is a reunification point for parents at Frost Middle School. That's what one of the police officers just said minutes ago, but still a fair amount of confusion as well as fear still going on right here, just about, I would say, 400 yards or so from the school. Annie, I'm going to send it back to you and Lorenzo, but for now, Matt Gregory, outside of Wooten High School. Back to you.
Hey, Matt, we talk about this reunification center at Frost Middle School. Do we know when they're going to start moving some of those students who are still in Wooten over to the middle school? Because we know they're still on lockdown at this point.
No, I think just based on kind of the information watching it on. Yeah, I think based at this point, it's sort of like getting parents over to there now to await students being brought over there when the lockdown does end. But we did see, now one of the things you have heard from some of these parents is that there are students that are also outside the school still. Some are not inside, so you can kind of see off to the left side, perhaps it was gym, I don't know what class it might have been, but off to the left side of your screen here where Ruth is kind of pointing beyond the bridge there, we have seen some students outside the school there. As far as when the lockdown will end, I don't know. Like I said before, one of the parents was showing me messages with his son that said he heard SRT, special response teams, going through the school. He also said the father did that, or the message his son said he heard banging on the floor above him on the second floor, but he didn't know what that was, just that there was yelling and then there was banging. He couldn't tell what that sound could be. Didn't want to speculate, but like you heard Joel just saying, it's jarring for the students inside. It's very scary. It's a thing that even Joel said, you know, even in this day and age, you never think will happen, and then it does, and he's just kind of in shock that he would talk to us. We truly appreciate it. But yeah, it's kind of what we're seeing. We don't know when students we let out of lockdown. We're seeing some officers leave, some unmarked vehicles right now, and I haven't seen any forensics teams go in yet. They've mostly been special response unit teams coming in and people putting on things. So yeah.
Yeah, and
so we're going to send it back to you. What are you seeing actually from the helicopter? Because it's hard for us to tell.
I think our vantage point is different. I'm not sure what we're looking at here. Obviously, we don't know if any charges have been filed against anyone or if they have someone arrested, but we can tell you that what you're looking at right now, it appears that this person is handcuffed, and we don't know if they were specifically involved in what happened here at Wooten High School today. We should point that out.
For any of you joining us right now, we are trying to get as much information as possible. This is unfolding in real time, obviously. For students, parents, Lorenzo, this was a typical day. Looking at the bell schedule on the official school website, school gets let out at 2:30 in the afternoon. So this was toward the end of the day in their 7th, 8th period. Matt confirming there that there are no metal detectors, according to the student that he spoke with at this particular school. But they do often practice the, emergency lockdown drills, the active shooter drills, much like every school in the DMV. But this is truly a shock, a scary situation right now, especially for parents who don't know exactly what is going on. There's so much confusion. We're showing you aerial shots right now from Sky 9 on the scene. You can see there's multiple police officers there. It looks like, someone
so it's another person
is
as well.
being walked with their hands behind their back there. Unclear exactly what's happening. Obviously more questions than answers right now. We know that a person was shot inside Wooten High School just after 2 o'clock this afternoon. It's unclear if the shooter has been located or if they are still searching for someone. But students are currently right now still inside that school on lockdown.
Yeah, your hope is that this is being resolved. This person, again, who they had handcuffed, we don't know their involvement, but clearly they're being put into the sheriff's SUV there. We saw a woman as well. I don't think she was handcuffed, but it looked like she had on some sort of zip tie, or she was zip tied, so we're not sure what that is about either. But, this goes back to the point of what we were saying before. You hope that this is being resolved at this point. I'm trying to read the posture of these police officers. Typically in these situations, you see them surrounding the building, rushing in, rushing out to make sure everything is okay. And I keep thinking of the students who are still in this building right now, the teachers and staff members who have no idea what is going on. They've been told to, essentially shelter into place. We heard Joel mention that they practice for this several times a year. He said they lock the doors, they close the blinds, and that is exactly what those students in this building are doing right now.
And on top of that, we do have someone shot. We don't know who this person is. Is it a student? Is it a teacher? Is it a faculty member. We just don't know right now, but we know that person has been injured. Don't know the condition. We're trying to get that information for you. I think the most important piece of information that we can pass along to parents at this time is that there is a reunification spot defined by police at Frost Middle School at 9201 Scott Drive in Rockville, not too far from Wooten High School, but that is where officers are advising parents to head to in order to be reunited with your child.
And that's a very important point that I want to accentuate, Andy, because in these situations, you hear all the time, parents will naturally rush to this school. Wherever this incident has occurred, and officers and school leaders have said over and over that just complicates their efforts when they're trying to organize everything, when they're trying to investigate. So if there are any relatives watching right now, family members, and you're thinking about heading over to Wooten High School, because I know that these images that you're looking at right now are tough, it's heartbreaking.
All right, so that is coverage from WUSA 9 on that school shooting, that lockdown there, Wooten High School there in the D.C. area. Let's take a quick break. We'll be back here in just 2 minutes here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. Welcome back here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. I'm Nick Sturdivant. All right, are you feeling a little tired today? Wishing you could have stayed home from work and spent the day recovering from Super Bowl Sunday? Look, you're not alone. Michael Yoshida is here with a look at how the big game's big sick out is impacting the workplace today. What's up, Mike?
Hey, good afternoon, Nick. Yeah, when it comes to the Super Bowl, maybe it's a late game, you have a lot of food, maybe a few beverages, lots of different reasons why you may be dragging and wanting to stay home the day after the Super Bowl. And that's why some are pushing to make it a national holiday.
Super Bowl Sunday have you wanting to call a timeout?
Nobody wants to work the Monday after the biggest game in football.
Nonprofit Super Monday Off Coalition is trying to make this idea a reality.
Wait, seriously?
Yes, seriously.
Advocating to make the day after the big game a national holiday.
What if we could pass on coffee runs? Hard pass.
This effort is supported by goods and food delivery company GoPuff, donating to the cause and urging customers to sign a petition and contact elected officials.
We saw that our customers, the biggest two categories on the day after the Super Bowl are electrolyte drinks and water. We know they're looking for a sense of recovery. We know they're looking for a day off in some capacity.
A feeling apparently shared by many. A survey from UKG, a leading HR, payroll, and workforce management company, found that this year, an estimated 26.2 million American workers plan to miss work the Monday after the Super Bowl.
That leads to $5.2 billion in lost productivity.
UKG's Julie Devlin says whether it becomes a holiday or not, the message is clear.
The Super Bowl is really just the headline. The real story is, how do workplaces handle predictable disruptions all year long?
Devlin says companies should prepare with employees for big sports and pop culture events, especially routine ones like the Super Bowl. Also, making it easy to request time off or swap shifts can help lead to less disruption.
What we're trying to prevent here is that ghosting piece. We don't want employees just not showing up.
And maybe some good news for some workers when you look towards next year's Super Bowl. The day after the Super Bowl next year actually is scheduled to be President's Day, a federal holiday. Nick?
All right, Michael, this is a year of must-watch moments that could impact work. What other events should workers and employers be planning for?
Yeah, well, one of them happening right now, the Olympics going on. And obviously some of these events, they're not just one day, such as the Super Bowl. They're multiple days or even weeks. So when you looked at those employees surveyed by UKG, a lot of them mentioned the Olympics. The other one that happens every year, March Madness, also the World Cup this year, and another one that didn't come to my mind, but apparently to a good amount of employees, the Taylor Swift-Travis Kelce wedding. That's another event where some 13 million or so estimated employees might miss work the next day. The key takeaway here from UKG and those we spoke with is just having organizations get ahead of these big events, especially those ones that happen every year, communicate early with your employees and try and figure out, okay, how many employees do we actually need for our staffing so we can try and minimize the disruptions, especially those call-outs or those ghosting by some employees just not showing up the next day.
All right, Michael, good deal, man. Thank you.
Yep.
And let's take a quick break. We'll be back here in just 2 minutes here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. Welcome back here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. I'm Nick Sturdivant. We are continuing to follow a school shooting in the D.C. area, specifically Maryland. So a person was shot at Wooten High School. The campus is on lockdown now. Within the last 30 minutes or so, officials there announced a person was taken into custody in connection with this shooting. Let's take you now back out to our content partner there in D.C., WUSA 9, with extended coverage. Take a listen in.
changed, and we continue to see less of a presence of police being rushed to the scene. It seems like they're sort of at the maximum capacity or threshold for law enforcement that's needed here. But you saw if you were looking at the pictures from above, you saw that there was canines going in. So in addition to any continued search, should there be another connection, another person, there's also going to be sort of a search and a clear of every single room in the building. Like Eric had said in the interview with us, his son is in a closet hiding in the dark. They will not be released until the proper protocol regarding these situations where police search a room, make sure it is clear, will then, and then we don't actually know after this point when how long that is until everyone is cleared. So that could take some time. And in fact, one of the last message I saw from Eric's son to him said, we were told by the teachers this may be a few hours. Sadly, with the context of talking to Joel, we know that training for this happens several times a year. So this is something the students have to train for, they drill for. And at the same time, they're still there's nothing that prepares you for something like this situation. One person shot, one victim. Don't know if it's a student, a teacher, someone else. We don't know much else. We just know that there's two people. There's one person that's been shot. There is one person that we know of is in custody. Don't know what else police are looking for. We're seeing several police officers sort of walk down from the school and talk to the officers here. And on the other side of the camera here, probably about 30 or 40 parents all standing by on their cell phones looking for more information, wanting to know more about what's happening. It's a frantic situation, but you do get the sense over the last 20 to 30 minutes or so that the situation in the school seems to be at least in the phase of searching through. It doesn't seem to be as many police, SWAT units, SRT, special response teams heading to the school. It seems like It seems like there's a resolution on the way, but yet we still don't know. And for many of these parents, they're either messaging with their children, trying to figure it out, getting more information, or they're trying to get a hold of their children. It's just quite a difficult thing. It's very confusing for the parents. It's also quite scary. And just like watching it all unfold in front of my eyes is kind of very difficult to I hope I'm interpreting it all properly to all of you. But that's what we're seeing here as parents come by trying to get information. We're trying to figure out, the status of this police investigation, as well as how parents are reunited with their children, because it looks like while Frost Middle School may have been the place 30 minutes ago, that has since changed. Reporting at Wooten High School, I'm Matt Gregory. Back to you, Lorenzo.
Yeah, Annie, you have an update for us as well on how some of these students are going to be getting home.
Yeah, so we are learning from school officials that all students who take the bus will take their regular routes home. Kiss and ride, that is still to be determined, because some of these students get picked up by their parents, and it's a line called Kiss and Ride and car line, and so we're not sure exactly how those students will be reunited with their parents. Also, the reunification site went from Frost Middle School to now undetermined. We're still waiting for that information, but speaking to Matt's point, obviously parents holding their breaths until their child or children are safe in their arms. You send them off to school and you just hope and pray that they are safe, that they are in the schools learning in a safe environment, and something like this happens. I think it always sticks out to you. You know that they're doing these drills and they're routinely being trained on how to react in case something like this occurs, but you never really think it could happen. It's just the unthinkable, unimaginable. And so the fear is real. You heard that parent speaking about just off the cuff, homeschool might be the option. I'm not sending my kids back to school. I mean, that is a real sentiment of parents, I'm sure, learning this news. It definitely is not lost on parents right now just how scary this situation is and the confusion that comes with this, not knowing how they're going to get their child home safe tonight.
And wondering what you tell those students at the end of the school day. We mentioned that they're going to just be put on the bus and shipped back home to their parents, essentially. But after a school day like this, you have to wonder what the message will be to those students to get them to come back tomorrow, because we mentioned before, there are no metal detectors here at this school. This conversation about school safety has been underway for years now, but still nothing. So how do you guarantee their safety the next day? And considering we don't know how this person was shot in the school, what happened, or even who that person is, or their condition right now.
Person got a gun inside.
Exactly.
If the person's a student, still clearly so many questions. You can see right here from our crews on the scene, you see some students there at the window. It looks like they're still inside the school. If you are just joining us, this is breaking news out of Montgomery County. Wooten High School, Rockville, Maryland, under lockdown right now this afternoon after a person was shot inside the school. Montgomery County Police on the scene. You have a handful or maybe even more of parents there next to Matt, who is close to the scene, wondering exactly what is going on. We understand from police that a person is in custody connected to this shooting, but we do not know who this person is, and also the person shot inside the school. We're not clear on the condition of this person, but or if the person is a student or a teacher or staff.
Yeah, and looking at this image here of those students just locked up in their classroom really just breaks your heart, because here we are talking about yet another shooting at a school here in our region. This is supposed to be the safest space for these young ones, and yet they're not protected. They should have been home by now. School let out at around 2:30. They should have been ending their day, and instead they're in school confused, wondering what happened, and saying to themselves, am I safe here? Is this really where I need to be and want to be if I'm not protected? It's so easy for someone to get a gun into this building and just to shoot someone. That should be alarming to all of us, no matter where you live. The fact that this was so easy for a person to just go inside and shoot someone. And that is one of the big questions that we have for police later when we get to chat with them. I understand there is a media staging happening. We have crews headed to that location, as well as obviously Matt Gregory on the scene there, Sky 9, giving you those aerial shots, multiple crews being sent to the scene. Hopefully we can get some answers right now, but you know, I think one of the most important questions right now too is the reunification, so that we can make sure that the students who are inside that building get home safely and reunified with or unified with their parents. So we will bring that information to you as soon as we get that. But you know, to your point, Lorenzo, I mean, you look at those kids in the classroom, the window there, they're wondering what is happening, but also in the coming days, and they have to go back into that school, into the classrooms. Parents have to kiss their kids goodbye and get them back into those classrooms to learn. How does that happen, right? With a legit fear of, am I safe in these walls? And they were just at home for days because of the snow, so they're trying to get back into that routine as well. And then something like this happens, and we should be able to say to parents watching at home right now that hopefully this is a little reassuring, looking at the way these officers are sort of patrolling this building right now. It seems that they do have whatever happened inside under control, because there's no sense of urgency amongst those officers who are surrounding the school. We saw them taking the K-9 in not too long ago. We also saw some officers searching a dumpster near that school. So that's typically an effort to find as much evidence as possible when you're talking about a situation like this, because there are going to be a lot of questions about how this could have happened. And they also want to make sure it doesn't happen again. So that includes just, you know, crossing your T's, dotting your I's, and looking for as much evidence as possible outside of the building and inside as well. Yeah. You know, I think that you bring up a good point. Moving forward, how will they keep the kids safe? You know, weapons detection is obviously not at this school today, but maybe this is something they'll look at. You know, in Fairfax County, they implemented that. It started off as a pilot program at certain schools, and then they elevated and installed it into most of its middle schools and high schools. And so that is part of everyday life. You know, I'm just speaking as a parent here. My daughter, who is in middle school, she this past year had metal detectors installed at her school, and so that became a way of life, a daily occurrence for her, and they adapted to it. Yes, it was scary at first. Yes, it's a lot to take in. They wonder, how does this work? What do we bring out of our backpacks? But it is a system that school officials have thought out well, and it's just that extra layer of security, extra layer of reassurance that
you're safe.
Yeah.
And so I think just talking to my own kid, she doesn't seem to mind it. She feels like it is an extra layer of protection and security. But you know, maybe this is something that the county will consider moving forward, the school district, weapons detections or some type of security screening device.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, with AI, you have the AI weapons detections these days. So we'll see how that plays out. But in the meantime, we do have one person shot within that school, and you know, I'm just praying that this person is okay.
Yeah.
And we're not sure if this person is a student, a teacher, a faculty member, anyone inside that school. We are trying to get that information for you. But one person shot within the walls of Wooten High School. Obviously, we don't know how this person the shooter got a gun inside the school, if the shooter is a student. But right now, just you have students on lockdown.
Yeah, so this is that's essentially the update at this point. Our Matt Gregory, who has been outside of Wooten High School moments after this shooting happened, talking with students, talking with parents. What more are you seeing and what more are you hearing out there, Matt?
Again, it's still a bit of confusion, right? We just heard, I was talking to some of the parents, and we've heard that like Frost Middle School, which is also under lockdown as a result of this, should be released soon. But then after that, at some point, Wooten High School, the students will be released. Some parents telling us that, you know, the SRT teams are actually going through and checking through every classroom, which is what you'd expect. I mean, the truth of the matter is, you know, since 1990s, there's been some sort of protocol in place for dealing with situations like this. You heard when we were talking to the parent earlier, Eric, he was talking about how with his son, he was most worried about was he was seeing all these officers come here and gather outside the school, and he was worried they weren't going to be going into the school. But you know, by going through his messages with his son, the SRT, Special Response Teams from Montgomery County were already inside. Let's take a look at this right here. Now, Ruth and I have been watching this this side of the building, right, of the Wooten High School. And Ruth, if you could get in close to the second floor, you can see this is you know, kind of what the protocol is. All the blinds are down, so no blinds are open in the school. When we were talking to Eric, he said his son was inside a room, lights off, blinds drawn on the windows, and he was in the closet. So just to kind of give you an idea of the tenseness of the situation, just from like that perspective. Now, he told us that his son heard or was telling him via text message, a family group message about all this, that he heard banging on the second floor because he was on the first floor of Wooten High School. But they weren't sure what that was. Now, around 2:15 is when the initial call came out for shots fired at Wooten High School, and that's where police are now confirming one person a victim. We don't know if it's a student, again, faculty, whomever. One person is shot. We don't know their condition, but we do know they were shot. We also know that one person is now in custody. All of this unfolding here in the last, you know, nearly hour and a half. Crews from Montgomery County, Gaithersburg, Montgomery County Sheriff's Office as well, flooded to the scene quite quickly. We were told just by talking to a couple of parents that SWAT units or SRT units are inside the building. And now at this point, it's kind of a wait and see as every room has to be gone through. Every single closet has to be opened, and they have to turn over everything to see if there is any other sort of dangers awaiting the students or if there's any sort of unsafe activity continuing to go on. We're on the far end. Now, if you can kind of go a bit beyond where you'll see past the stoplight here, up the hill, there's actually a much larger police presence over there as well, which would be the front of Wooten High School. Officers continuing to go in, search, and around there is where you saw someone come out in what looked like handcuffs. Don't know if that is the suspect, how that person is related, but we do know one person is in custody as a result of this particular incident here. But again, like we were saying earlier, one of the things that we do have going on here is that it's past the end of the school day. The students, the sort of evacuation plan, the release plans are all kind of changing and fluctuating. We know Frost Middle School at some point soon should be released from lockdown, and those students will be able to go. And we're still working to find out when Wooten High School will release its students as well. In the meantime, as we've been standing here, there's been about, I would say, I'm kind of looking around here, about 20, 30 parents that are showing up. There's not a lot of areas to park in this particular direction. Ruth's going to give us a look at everything kind of behind us. You can see everyone on their phones trying to talk to their students, trying to find out what's going on, when they'll be released, and what's happening. It's quite a obviously a scary event, and it's also confusing. And at the end of the day, like you were saying earlier, that kids are going to have to go back to school again tomorrow. And we know that, like Montgomery County, as well as many counties in Maryland, has an ongoing sort of situation for how to deal with these things. When I was in Anne Arundel County last week for a student who had accidentally brought a gun to school and shot himself, the next day they were offering all sorts of counseling, so we can expect that here in Montgomery County as well. As Ruth brings the camera back around again, one of the things we are sort of trying to figure out now is not only the reunification spot, but we're also trying to figure out sort of what the investigation looks like going forward here, and we're trying to find out what has been found and in terms of inside. Are there any other suspects? Is it just one in custody? What charge they're facing? What's the condition of the victim? These are all questions we have from Montgomery County Police that we're working on getting answered right now. But only in the last half hour to 40 minutes or so would I say that the whole situation has sort of at least reached some sort of level of like trying to figure out what's next. So that's where we're at so far in this investigation, the shooting at Wooten High School. Again, 2:15 is when this went out. We're approaching the 4 o'clock hour with just a little bit of information and insight. We talked to a student earlier, and he had kind of given me a little bit more insight. He had been sick today. He left school early in first period, and he told me, well, that he was just now finding out this as well and texting with his friends who were telling him how scared they were as well. So a frightening situation. But that's what we're seeing on the ground here. Still waiting to get information not only about the release, but obviously the investigation itself, which is now a shooting scene, and we don't know the degree by which the victim was injured. Still working to get that information. But for now, outside of Wooten High School, I'm Matt Gregory. Back to you guys back in the studio.
Hey, Matt, can you show us, because where you are is where you're mentioning a lot of parents are there, a lot of students are there. Can you give us a sense of what the area is like around you? Or any of those parents willing to talk with us about some of the information they've been receiving? Because I can imagine that a lot of what they're getting is conflicting at this point.
So before you came to me, I tried to speak to them, and obviously the fear and pain is something that many people don't want to share. They seem to be a bit private about it. The gentleman I talked to earlier has since left the scene, and if you were seeing when Ruth turned the camera on, some people were turning their faces away. I don't think they.
Okay.
No, you're fine, Ruth. They weren't really interested. Yeah. It's but they just kind of every now and then, like anyone, when they're scared, they were just kind of coming up to me asking if I knew anything.
Yeah.
And I don't either. I know as much as they know, and we're kind of getting the same amount of information. But yeah, it's become a bit more tense, and now the question of how does this all resolve itself is becoming the biggest question.
Yeah, we know police were telling parents to stay away from the school, so I was trying to.
All right, so that is extended coverage there from WUSA 9, our content partner there in Washington, D.C. Again, one person shot at Wooten High School campus on lockdown. A person has been taken into custody in connection to that shooting. Again, that is according to WUSA 9. Let's take a quick break. We'll be back here in just 2 minutes here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. Welcome back here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. I'm Nick Sturdivant. So we got new video in from today's show co-host Savannah Guthrie as the search continues for her mother, Nancy Guthrie. Again, a lot of questions around this case. Let's take a listen into this new video.
Hi there, everybody. I wanted to come on and just share a few thoughts as we enter into another week of this nightmare. I just want to say, first of all, thank you so much for all of the prayers and the love that we have felt, my sister and brother and I, and that our mom has felt. Because we believe that somehow, some way, she is feeling these prayers and that God is lifting her even in this moment and in this darkest place. We believe our mom is still out there. We need your help. Law enforcement is working tirelessly around the clock trying to bring her home, trying to find her. She was taken and we don't know where. And we need your help. So I'm coming on just to ask you, not just for your prayers, but no matter where you are, even if you're far from Tucson, if you see anything, if you hear anything, if there's anything at all that seems strange to you, that you report to law enforcement. We are at an hour of desperation, and we need your help.
All right, and another emotional video message from Savannah Guthrie, Today's Show co-host. It has been more than a week since her mother, Nancy Guthrie, was reported missing. Again, authorities said they have not identified any suspects or persons of interest or vehicles connected to this case. As more news comes in, we will bring it to you here on WCNC Plus and, of course, on WCNC Charlotte. All right, so we want to transition now. We want to shift back to Washington, D.C., the Washington, D.C. area, I should say. A shooting at Wooten High School. The campus is on lockdown at last check. It's currently on lockdown. We're going to take you now to our content partner in Washington, D.C., WUSA 9, for extended coverage through this incident. Let's take a listen in.
Families and ensuring that everybody is safe. But again, as an MCPS parent, I do feel, heartbroken and I have so many questions to understand what happened here. And I also look forward to the upcoming press conference that I know is going to happen at Wooten High School in the next few minutes to get more information. That's pretty much all I know at this point.
Is there anything you can tell us about that student and if any other students witnessed what happened?
No, I don't know anything. That's all I know. Okay. And I understand why they don't want to share all those details with me because it's so soon in the investigation, but that's really all I know.
So is your understanding that the person who was shot inside the school a student at Wooten High School?
And I know that the individual was there, but I don't know exactly what grade, if he's actually a student. But I know that the person is making a full recovery. That's all I know.
Okay, full recovery. That's good to hear.
Yes. Just to piggyback off of Lorenzo's question previously about moving forward, in a situation like this, I would think, tomorrow, we know we've covered these types of stories before, sadly. Counselors are provided for students and staff. But what tangible change might we see? Other school districts have adopted metal detectors, weapons detection devices. Is that something that we might consider here, given the situation?
If we talk about metal detectors as something that we shouldn't be singling out one particular school, that's something that I would consider, and it's not even my decision, it's the school board decision. And it should be a county-wide consideration. And this is not a common situation in our schools. That's why I really think that I need to wait to get a full report on what happened in this instance instead of jumping onto conclusions here. So,
Natalie, with that said, though, we know that school safety and protecting students, that's been an ongoing conversation for years now, and finding ways to prevent what we saw here. No, it's not common, but we know that one is way too many. So in this situation, what do you do? What do you want to happen in these schools to protect students?
yeah, I think at the very least, there has to be a community conversation within that particular school, as we have done in other situations. But gang violence happens across the United States. It's a crisis that has been actually increasing for the past few years, and it's really heartbreaking to watch. It could happen in any school, and that's how and why is so dangerous, and why as a parent sometimes you think, I hope my kids are okay once I send them to the school system. I look forward to a complete investigation on what happened in this particular case, and to have a conversation with the school community and ensure that they have the resources that they need for students to feel safe in their school. At the end of the day, safety is always number one. We cannot expect our students to be successful in their school if they don't feel safe. So for that, I'm very mindful, and I'm looking for answers to the amount of questions that I have, as well as I know many parents have right now, regardless if their kids go to Wooten High School.
All right, so that is continued coverage there from our content partner, WUSA 9, on that school shooting there at Wooten High School in Maryland. Let's take a quick break. We'll be back here in just 2 minutes here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. Welcome back here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. I'm Nick Sertiver, and we want to go now to our nation's capital, where debate is going on the Senate floor. Let's take a listen in.
We are reducing unnecessary regulatory barriers, removing financing roadblocks, and modernizing HUD programs. Municipalities across the country have restricted or outright banned homes built on permanent steel chassis. The result has been less construction, higher costs, and fewer opportunities for working families to own where they live. Yet manufactured housing is one of the most effective ways to expand housing supply quickly and affordably. And by removing this outdated federal restriction, more homes will be built and ultimately prices will come down for everyone. The experts in the manufactured housing space tell us that allowing manufacturers to design a single-family home without a permanent chassis will bring about modern, low-profile builds, multi-story construction, and urban-friendly designs. It will also improve efficiency and eliminate unnecessary steel, waste, and cost. We cannot sit by while 50-year-old policies prevent folks from signing on the dotted line. Imagine if the federal government had mandated that every vehicle coming off of Henry Ford's assembly line had to remain permanently attached to a trailer in order to be owned. We all know that didn't happen because the trailer was a means of transportation, not a permanent feature. Housing should work the same way. There's a reason why this bill has so much bipartisan support.
Gentleman's yielded 15 more seconds.
Gentleman is yielded 15 more seconds. For building more homes, lowering costs, and giving more Americans dignity and stability. With that, I yield back.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Arkansas reserves his time. Gentlewoman from Ohio. Gentlewoman reserves his time. Distinguished gentleman from Arkansas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think Mr. Rose certainly talked about cost savings due to the deregulatory nature of this bill, lowering cost. And all of us know here that we've learned in our committee work that 25% of the price of a new home in America is due to regulatory costs, state and local and federal. So our bill has that as a theme. It's now a pleasure for me to recognize the gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Nunn, and he has worked hard at making sure that these improvements in the 21st Century Housing Act fully apply to housing in rural areas, not just urban areas. And I yield to my friend 2 minutes.
Gentleman from Iowa is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Chairman Hill and the team here for a bipartisan bill that helps rural America have a successful pathway to housing in the 21st century. My legislation includes the Rural Housing Service Reform Act, the most meaningful update to rural housing in decades. Whether you're in Des Moines or Ottumwa, the #1 expense Iowans are facing is housing.
All right, so that's a live look at the Senate floor. We want to come back here at home, and we want to go now to a story we've been following since this weekend. So we are hearing from the family of 50-year-old Ina Lang, who was shot and killed at a Northeast Charlotte Bank of America branch. So the suspect, 22-year-old Simon Smith, appeared in court this morning. His first appearance in front of a judge. He's charged with first-degree murder in this case. WCNC Charlotte's Bria Smith is live now. Bria, you got a chance to speak with the family. What did they have to say?
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely heartbreaking to hear their raw emotion from this situation. So I had the chance to speak with Ina Lang's stepdaughter and Eliana, and she really was just so shocked to hear the news of this unfortunate situation, what they're calling, what investigators are seeming to call this, kind of a senseless act. Her stepdaughter did not believe that, Ina gave the suspect any kind of motive to do what he did, but they're just, as you can imagine, distraught at her loss. They remember her as someone who was kind, who, worked at the Bank of America or within that space anyways, for about 20 years. So she spent a lot of her career and her time at that specific location, and they're just truly trying to work through, why, as anyone would really have in this circumstance. And I actually had the chance to speak with local activists, so with Heal Charlotte, Gregory Jackson, and he mentioned, it really does start at home with the amount of gun violence incidents that have happened, and the suspects, the individuals, who are creating these incidents. What can we do to, help these young adults, teens even, and finding who they are, having a faith-centered home within themselves in order to maybe hopefully reduce these incidences and give them a circumstance or an environment where they can see a better way for their future.
Yeah, truly a heartbreaking story there, Bria. And you can catch Bria's full story at 6 and 7 o'clock this evening. Bria, thank you for your time.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right, let's take a quick break. We'll be back here in just 2 minutes here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. Welcome back here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. I'm Nick Sturdivant. Look, I know I'm supposed to be talking about the weather coming up, but we got to talk about Super Bowl. I'm sorry, guys. I put a wrench in the plans. I'm sorry. I didn't even discuss it with anybody. Brad Panovich is here, Chief Meteorologist. You watched the game just like millions of other people. Jeb, you watched the game. James, you watched the game.
That's right. I watched most of it.
Your thoughts on the game? I just want to get. We talked football before the show.
Yeah, I thought Drake May played horrible, and I think he was hurt based on some of those throws. I know he got some injection in his shoulder, but some of those were like the throws he needed to make, he didn't, and that was kind of it. That defense from Seattle is legit. It is interesting. You know, the NFL is kind of evolved, Nick. It went from this like offensive mindset. Now we had two teams in the Super Bowl that got there on their defense, and won it with their defense and a defensive-minded head coach. So I'm wondering if it's like the whole yin and yang of the NFL. Went all offense, and now it's swinging back the other direction.
I wonder if the trend of NFL coaches being offensive guys changes to like a more defensive, because that's what it was for a long time in the NFL. I mean, I think about the 2000 Ravens, like the Bucks. I mean, those are two defensive driven outside of John. That wasn't really John Gruden's team with the Bucks. That was more of a Tony Dungy team.
Well, think even like, you know, we lost to the Broncos in 2015, Cam Newton Panthers. We were a pretty good defense. We had a better offense, but they won that with their defense. Their I mean, Peyton Manning was a shell of himself. He barely could throw the ball, but they were just so dominant defensively. It almost feels like things have come full circle. There was that whole era of just like defenses made it to the Super Bowl. Even going back as like the 85 Bears, which you heard them talk a little bit about in the pregame, is probably one of the best defenses all time. But it's crazy to see it kind of come full circle. And I do think it's interesting. You had two first-time head coaches, too, basically, in this thing, which was kind of weird as well. I love it for Sam Darnold, though. As you know, he was in Carolina for a while. I love the redemption tour because he took so much flack in New York. And it's nice to see that, you know, he could come back. And I think that gives a lot of let's put it on Bryce. Like, Bryce had a rough start to his career. He's been inconsistent. I think it really gives players like him who's shown potential, like, hey, we're not going to throw you to the curb because look what happened with some of these other quarterbacks.
Also, I feel bad for Drake May, not only because he lost, because 10 years ago he was at the same stadium and watched the Panthers lose, and just to come back to lose again.
That picture was amazing. Him and his dad in his Cam Newton jersey. That was pretty cool.
Oh, man. All right, let's talk about some weather, man.
Yeah, what's up with him saying Huntersville?
Oh, yeah,
Well,
I
know why.
I was also thinking that.
I was going to give him a pass.
I know why, because him and his brothers went to the Huff, right? They lived up there, and he transferred to Myers Park. You know how that goes.
Right. I was going to give him a pass, but you know. Hey.
But I did think it was cool. I thought it was cool they didn't use their college; they used their hometowns when they introduced them, which was really cool because it really showed you where all these players were from. Because I think when you just show the colleges, it feels like there's only a handful of colleges they come from. But when you show the hometowns, it really shows that these guys are from all over the place, which was pretty cool.
Beautiful weather out there. Jeb's is smiling right now because he's from the Bay Area, a large area, but it's beautiful weather.
Today's nice. I mean, and here's the great thing: today is a 6 p.m. sunset, the first 6 p.m. sunset since November.
Yeah, clap for that one.
Now, we would normally not have our 7 p.m. sunset till probably like late March, early April, but because of the time change, it actually happens like a month from now. So it actually comes a lot quicker. It's more because of the time change than anything else. But yeah, that's not too far away. Think about it, we're a month away from springing forward again. So it's happening quick. Also interesting that when I was looking today, next year, or this year I should say, 2026, when we go back to standard time, it happens on the exact first day of November, which is kind of weird. It's kind of the time change is a weird time. It's usually that first weekend in November. Now it's like the first day. So it feels like it happens earlier this year. But just something to keep in the back of your mind for planning purposes. But yeah, 6 p.m. sunset tonight, guys. And then tomorrow, 70s. 70 degrees is coming our way.
Feels like the Bay Area outside.
Yeah. So let's take a look at the radar and satellite. It's full sunshine today. You can tell the sun angle's getting higher and higher up there because in the middle of the day, the sun angles and the shadows are looking different. So we're getting there. Look at this warm air in the middle of the country, though. There's mid-80s in central Texas right now. That warm air is going to be surging in here tomorrow. So you're probably wondering how we're going to go from the low 50s to 70s. That's a 20-degree jump. It's a warm front. A warm front comes through tonight. The winds shift to the southwest. We jokingly call that the blowtorch. It'll feel like it tomorrow. It's going to warm things up dramatically. So current temperatures, we're already starting to see that shift in the winds. Look at the low 50s to the south, 40s to the north, and this would be one of the warmest days we've seen in a while. There's a 6 p.m. sunset tonight. Again, we're adding about 2 minutes of daylight every day, but people notice it in the evenings a lot more. Sunrise is still like 7:16, so it's still kind of early. Next 3 days, though, 71, 68, and 59. So I think I told you a couple things. One, the warm spell isn't going to last very long because we are going to see a cool down going into the weekend. The overnight lows, though, still chilly. So when you get up early, don't get fooled by this. Temperatures will be about 30, 32, so maybe some frost around. But by the afternoon, this is what everyone's waiting for. Maybe call in sick tomorrow, Nick. You think? Yeah. Go watch some Olympics at midday on a patio somewhere. Some of these restaurants and bars would love that to make up for some of these weekends they lost because of winter weather. But yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of people going to lunch and not coming back tomorrow. That's the kind of day tomorrow is. And if you have a kid, this is like lose your jacket day because you'll need it in the morning and in the afternoon. They'll take it off and you'll never see it again. It gets lost on the bus or goes somewhere. Lost and Found will be very happy with all the jackets they're going to get. So really warm tomorrow, and the warm air sticks around for about 2 days. You see the warm front coming through. That gives us southwest winds. Here's the thing, though. We got a cold front that's going to come through late Wednesday, maybe a few showers. Starts to turn cooler going into the weekend, and there's potentially maybe the most widespread rain we've seen in a while as well going into the weekend. It's another weekend storm, so but unlike the last couple, this will not be wintry in nature outside of the mountains. We might see a brief mix in the mountains, but for most of us, this is just going to be a good old-fashioned cold rain. And you can see the rainfall forecast. I mean, that's the most rain that we've seen in the 5-day period in a long time. And that will start to move in probably Friday, but most likely Saturday, Sunday. So if you got those Valentine's Day dates set up, make sure you got rain gear with you. So you'll see the moisture coming in as we go into Saturday. It really ramps up Saturday into Saturday night. Sunday looks like a good soaker as well. And then on the backside, there might be a little bit of snow in the North Carolina mountains. So overall, could end up with a decent amount of rainfall. In fact, our 7-day rainfall forecast starting to show upwards of 2 inches in some parts of the Western Carolinas, which would be much needed. Remember, I mean, it's kind of hard to tell in the winter because nothing's growing and the evaporation rates are low, your grass is dormant, but we're in a severe to moderate drought. We need the rain desperately. I know down in Union County, I think the city of Monroe has voluntary water restrictions right now because they're trying to conserve water before we get to the spring. So we need to make up some of that rainfall deficit now before we get in the spring months when all the vegetation starts using moisture. Your grass is going to use 1 inch of rain per week or whatever's in your soil. Trees start using it. You're going to start using it. Evaporation rates increase. So we'd love to get some moisture in here, but this will be a good soaker. And the long range is still looking warm going through the rest of the month. We get past Valentine's Day through President's Day weekend. We're going to start seeing some pretty warm temperatures, maybe well above average. And it all really starts tomorrow. So a cold start, but up near 70 in the afternoon. The car washes will be packed tomorrow as everyone tries to get all that salt off their car. We still have big piles of snow out there, which is incredible because a lot of these parking lots that were cleared, they just piled it up. So I think it's always fascinating to see a pile of snow when it's 70 degrees outside, but a lot of us will see that tomorrow. Your Jerry Hunt Supercenter 7-day shows the 2 warm days, then the cool down this weekend. Right now it looks like a chilly rain. I wouldn't call it cold because the average high is 55, so near 60 isn't horrible, and low 50s aren't that bad, but probably the highest chance of rain's probably going to end up being more Sunday than Saturday. But if I had plans this weekend, just be prepared for some rainfall. And if we look long range, I always like seeing how long this is going to last. The warmer temperatures kind of rebound a little bit next week, and we see temperatures back in the mid-60s. So maybe we turn the corner a little bit. We're not quite done. We can't write off winter yet. Anybody who's been in the Carolinas any length of time knows all the way through the ACC tournament. It's usually you got to wait until early March is over, and then we can kind of turn that because we've had some crazy snows at the end of February, early March. This past snowstorm, which was historic, everyone remembers 11.4 inches in Charlotte. Well, the storm that it was compared to, and that was the most since, was the 25th and 26th of February 2004, so it was right at the end of the month. And everybody who's been here longer than me, 1960, the snowiest calendar month in Charlotte's history is March 1960. It snowed every Wednesday that month. We had 3 snowstorms back to back to back on Wednesdays, and kids and parents, they'll tell you that back then they were out of school for like 2-3 weeks at a time. It was crazy.
I don't remember 1960.
No, I don't either. But that's like a month of lore. If you talk to some older people, they'll tell you, man, March 1960 was a crazy month here in the Carolinas.
I'm ready to turn the corner. I'm just gonna keep the positive vibes going. I mean, look, I know a lot of you guys snow. Yeah,
but the reason it's great about having snow, it makes you appreciate the warm weather, and I think that's the great thing about living in the Carolinas. You get a little bit of winter, then March comes, and hopefully you turn the corner. The worst thing about winter, having grown up north, it's not the cold and the snow, Nick, it's the length of it. It's when it's March and it's April and it's still cold and it's still snowing. That's when it gets to you. So I like here, like pretty much when spring starts here, spring starts. So that's a good thing.
All right, Brad Panovich here. You can catch him 5, 6, 6:30 for
and 7
and 7 o'clock and 11 o'clock.
And 11 o'clock.
He's on all the time.
All around the Olympics.
He's on all
Nick,
the time.
you watching the Olympics, man? You been seeing it?
You know what? I really feel bad for Lindsey Vonn because I really was kind of rooting for her. And
downhill's one of my favorite events.
And that's a really cool event. But bobsledding, I'm looking forward to that.
I watched a little curling today. The Americans mix, they're going to the gold medal round. That was a great comeback. They lost to the Italians early, then came back. So curling's fun. It's like one of those sports you feel like anybody can do. So you watch and you're like, I could do that.
Until you actually go and you try to do it, you're like, oh wow, okay, no, I'm gonna leave this.
No, but that's a fun because like you can actually get it. You don't have to really be up. Some of these other sports, you're like, I don't even know what's going on. But curling, you can kind of understand what's going on. And then figure skating, which is always fun as well. I watched a lot of speed skating today too,
which is also really cool.
Yeah, and I didn't know. Was it Jake Paul's fiance, girlfriend? Yeah. I didn't know they were dating. I knew who she was.
We have the picture queued up. There you go.
Yeah, I mean, so that was like a shocker to see that. He was crying too.
He was? Oh yeah. Wow. I mean, look, it's the Olympics, all on the line. It's very emotional.
That was a good race too, by the way, because she, like her fellow countrywoman, was like in first and like blew by everybody, and then she came in and just tore it up. So,
what? I know you mentioned curling, but if you had your pick of competing in a sport in the Winter Olympics, what would it be?
There'd be some kind of downhill skiing. I mean,
okay.
Though I don't know. I mean, going 80 miles an hour. That is crazy, man. Like I got up to 60 once skiing, and I thought I was gonna die when I was in Breckenridge, because you got the apps you can track your speed now. And, that seemed crazy. That's where your like skis are rattling. And you're like, oh my gosh, what am I doing? But going like 70, 80 miles an hour and those turns, gosh.
And that snow is unforgiving.
And like we saw with Lindsay, once you get in the air, you can't. You're there, and there's nothing you can do. So. Yeah, no, I'm not. I would maybe when I was younger downhill skiing, but now, no, I love the luge as well. Skeleton, those sliding sports look cool as well, but they're all fun. I think visually it's just cool because you don't get to see those sports very often.
I would say figure skating, but I have to learn how to skate. So there you go.
That looks dangerous too, man.
That does look dangerous.
The thing, if you've never skated before, and if you watch hockey or any of those, you gotta realize those skates are like razor blades, right? And like those things will cut you open if you're not careful. So that's the thing. That's a whole nother danger you don't even think about in skating. Like they're basically skating around on giant knives.
And it's man, you're talking about just going skating at a local rink. I mean, it will just completely exhaust you.
Oh, it's so exhausting. Like I played intramural hockey. And you don't realize why hockey they take so many line changes. You're like, why they? Because you do about 4 or 5 minutes out there, you're exhausted. You need to change it up.
All right. Again, Brad, you can catch them all the shows 5, 6, 6:30 here on WCNC Plus 6:30, 7, 11 everywhere. Brad, thank you for your time, man.
Thank you, Nick.
Let's take a quick break. We'll be back here in just 2 minutes here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. Welcome back here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. I'm Nick Sturtevant. We want to go now to D.C., where happening right now in our nation's capital, House Rules Committee meeting is taking place. Let's take a listen to that.
And they also facilitate trillions of dollars in global financial transactions. The demand placed on these cables will only increase in the coming years. Despite the important role that undersea cables play in our economy and national security, they have faced duplicative and burdensome federal regulatory requirements. It is important to note that numerous environmental statutes under our committee's jurisdiction apply to these projects, including the National Environmental Policy Act, the Endangered Species Act, the Marine Mammal Protection Act, the Coastal Zone Management Act, and the Magnuson-Stevens Act, among others. Make no mistake, the permitting process that is required for these projects is thorough. It ensures that our marine resources are protected. Cables looking to go through a national marine sanctuary face an additional requirement to obtain a special use permit under the National Marine Sanctuaries Act. Unfortunately, the reality is that this permit is simply unworkable. While an undersea cable project typically has a lifespan of approximately 25 years, a special use permit is only valid for 5 years. The permit, which is in addition to compliance with the numerous environmental statutes that I just mentioned, has resulted in no new cables being laid within a national marine sanctuary in the last 20 years. Sanctuaries have turned into de facto no-go zones for undersea cables, particularly in the West. This has resulted in consolidated landing areas for cables, which has increased the risk to infrastructure. H.R. 261 would prohibit the Secretary of Commerce from requiring undersea cable projects to obtain a special use permit when seeking to route a cable through a national marine sanctuary, provided that the applicant has been issued a license or permit that is in effect. By eliminating this requirement that is not additive to our environmental statutes, we can ensure that these cables have sufficient route diversity while protecting our marine resources. H.R. 261 also eliminates the 5-year timeline for special use permits for other activities that occur in national marine sanctuaries. These changes are key regulatory reforms and advance the goals of President Trump's Executive Order 14267, reducing anti-competitive regulatory barriers. I urge the committee to report an appropriate rule so this bill can be considered in the House. Thank you. I look forward to questions, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Westerman. Ms. Elfreth, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairwoman Fox, my colleagues on both sides of the dais. I'm here on behalf of Ranking Member Huffman and my Democratic colleagues on the House Natural Resources Committee to oppose H.R. 261, which puts corporate profits over common sense established environmental protections. Current law requires a special use permit for any action that could impact the health and habitat of our national marine sanctuaries, the crown jewel of our country. These permits are the industry standard that have been effectively used by both small tourism, as my colleague from Pennsylvania mentioned, those small businesses and billion-dollar corporations seeking this break today. In issuing these permits, NOAA assesses the appropriate fees for administrative costs, project monitoring, and the fair market value for the use of resources if the sanctuary itself is physically impacted by the activity. The fair market value rate for undersea cables and sanctuaries is typically about $40,000 to $100,000 per linear mile, which can be adjusted annually based on the Consumer Price Index. For multi-billion-dollar corporations, that fee is a drop in the bucket. But for marine sanctuaries, those fees are a lifeline and cover the cost of the maintenance and management of those marine sanctuaries. NOAA uses these fees to support daily operations, address conservation needs, improve public access, and conduct research and monitoring. For example, Gray's Reef National Marine Sanctuary in Georgia is a popular spot for sport fishing and diving, as well as a critical site for scientific monitoring through deep drop cameras, capturing seafloor imaging and water quality monitoring. H.R. 261 would exempt corporations from these special use permits if they're installing undersea cables. This would mean that they'd be allowed to physically disrupt and change the habitat of the sanctuary without contributing at all to its upkeep. Notably, H.R. 261 would not exempt small businesses like mom-and-pop scuba shops who are just taking tourists to view the sanctuaries. This bill creates a two-tiered system where the wealthiest corporations are allowed to drill into the seafloor for free, but tourists have to pay for a hands-off look at these habitats. HR 261 is a solution in search of a problem. There's nothing stopping corporations from proposing undersea cable routes through marine sanctuaries right now. In fact, I have a note here that NOAA has not denied any such permit for fiber optic in the last 25 years. If they use that special use permit route. In fact, there are already cables running through sanctuaries under current law. What these big companies have made clear is that they don't want the environmental oversight or to pay the fair market value, both standard requirements under every other federal land management agency. HR 261 strips NOAA's basic authority to review environmental impacts, collect standards and fees, or protect the most sensitive ecological areas. These are, by definition, the most sensitive ecological areas. And these cables aren't just a mild disruption to the ecosystem. While fiber optic cables are small, installation requires massive industrial operations. We're talking about drilling equipment, anchoring systems, and construction vessels that can devastate seafloor habitat across miles of ocean. Our marine sanctuaries are truly America's crown jewels, 629,000 square miles of irreplaceable marine ecosystems that drive $8 billion with a B in economic activity and sustain tens of thousands of jobs in communities that truly need it. Small businesses across coastal communities depend on healthy sanctuaries for fishing, tourism, diving, and research. And those small businesses follow sanctuary regulations. They pay these permit fees. They respect environmental standards. This creates a system where small businesses are forced to follow the law while tech billionaires get exemptions. During committee consideration, Democrats offered a reasonable amendment to preserve minimal environmental safeguards, basic insurance requirements, protection for the most vulnerable areas, and standard rental fees. Unfortunately, this amendment was rejected. I've consistently demonstrated a willingness to work across the aisle on our critical infrastructure needs that the chairman laid out, and that invitation remains open. We can and must modernize our communication networks, but we can also do it while protecting critical marine ecosystems. Those sanctuaries belong to every American, not just Silicon Valley executives. The fishermen, tourist operators, and coastal communities who depend on healthy oceans deserve better than this corporate handout scheme disguised as policy. I urge rejection of this legislation, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Now open it up for the committee for questions and comments. Ms. Fishbach.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just wanted to, it wasn't on, I pressed it for a sec, just understand a little bit better. All this does is take away that need to jump through that one hoop. And if I understand correctly, ma'am, they've never been denied in 25 years.
Thank you for the question. The note I have is that not a single special use permit for fiber optic cable has been denied in 25 years.
Well, see, that kind of makes the point then, that why do we have them if they're not, I mean, it's literally just a hoop. And Mr. Chairman, maybe you want to
well,
respond to that.
there's not been a special use permit obtained in the last 20 years. So, and again, the special use permit is a 5-year permit, and these things have a 25-year life. So why would you spend the money to put a 25-year cable down when you've got a 5-year permit?
Congressman, I think it's also not just about the permitting, but it's just about the fees that go to sustain these marine sanctuaries that are critical to their preservation.
Okay, well, I just feel like this seems to me like a pretty simple response, and you're not dropping any kind of regulatory things that they need to go through anyway, because they're already, and correct me if I'm wrong, they're already authorized by another entity when they go to the special use.
Yeah, there are multiple permitting processes that you have to go through. The special use permit is a layer on top of all the other permitting layers.
All right, well, thank you very much, and I yield back.
Now recognize the gentlelady of Pennsylvania, Ms. Scanlon, for her time of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am concerned.
All right, so that is the U.S. House Rules Committee meeting happening right now in D.C. We want to stay in D.C., and we want to go to Representative Hakeem Jeffries, who is speaking. Let's take a listen in.
But our demands for dramatic ICE reform are clear. It's a line in the sand that we've drawn on behalf of the American people. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. Kind of following up on that, you're saying that you haven't heard from Republicans and you also haven't heard from the White House. How confident are you that if there is a shutdown of DHS, you'll be able to reach a deal during that?
We've made clear to Republicans repeatedly throughout this Congress that we're not down with the my way or the highway approach. For some reason, these Republicans tried to convince all of us, the American people, that we were in the midst of some irreversible MAGA revolution, which none of us on the Democratic side of the House ever believed. Because the bottom line is, Republicans wouldn't even be in the majority in the House right now had they not stolen 3 seats from the people of North Carolina in mid-decade gerrymandering that occurred in 2024. They wouldn't even be in the majority right now. And yet they try to convince everybody that somehow the country was in the midst of a MAGA takeover, which nobody with any sense believes at this point, because Republicans continue to be destroyed electorally. Literally, Democrats, since January of 2025, haven't lost a single competitive election. Every single state house seat, more than 25, that have been flipped in this country have been flipped by Democrats. Zip zero on the other side. In fact, most recently, everybody was stunned to see what happened in Texas. A district that Donald Trump had initially won in a state Senate seat by 17 points. And a Democrat wins by 14. That was a 31-point overperformance. Shocking to the country. But then I was amazed because I assumed that that was the high watermark. A 31-point overperformance in a state Senate district in Texas that's larger than congressional districts until this weekend. In Louisiana, which just happens to be the home state of the Speaker of the House and the Majority Leader. Presumably, ground zero of the MAGA movement. And yet, in a Louisiana State House seat, just on Saturday, that Donald Trump apparently won by 13 points in November of 2024. The Democratic candidate, wait for it, just won by 24 points in Louisiana, the heart of Mike Johnson and Steve Scalise territory. That was a 37-point overperformance, if my math is correct. This is stunning. It's over for these extremists. And so the notion that in the face of Republicans being rejected all across America and Democratic candidates up and down the ballot throughout the country being embraced, the notion that this week Republicans were going to proceed with a my way or the highway approach and act like they have the high ground on any issue, they do not. It's over for these people. Apparently, they're the only ones who haven't come to that conclusion.
I think that's a good segue to talk about the Save America Act. First of all, why are they doing this again? They already passed a version of it. What do you think they're doing with this, and how do you see it relating to Trump's talk about nationalizing elections?
Well, Donald Trump clearly wants to nationalize the election because he knows if there's a free and fair election, it's over. Right? The House is gone. Senate majority likely gone as well for these Republican extremists. Because the American people see, as Democrats, we're the only ones actually fighting hard on the issues that matter, to drive down the high cost of living, to fix our broken healthcare system, and to clean up corruption and the mess that Donald Trump and Republican policies have created. Republicans have adopted voter suppression as an electoral strategy. That's what the so-called SAVE Act is all about. And this version is worse than the last version. Because this version, as I understand it, would actually give DHS the power to get voting records from states across the country. Why would these extremists think that's a good idea that we as Democrats are going to accept at this moment in time? We want DHS and ICE, who have been brutally, viciously, and violently targeting everyday Americans, to have more data about the American people? It's outrageous. Something is really wrong with these folks. I think they're trying to lose elections at this point. They're a disaster. They failed. And so the only path forward, we've given a list of 10 demands. Those demands are completely consistent with the values of the American people, and we're waiting for a direct response from Donald Trump, the White House, and Republicans on Capitol Hill. And then we can have a debate, which we are ready to enthusiastically embrace on behalf of the American people. The so-called SAVE Act, a version that's worse than the prior version, is going down. It's not going to pass. If it squeaks by the House, it's dead on arrival in the Senate. They're wasting time. Again, why are Republicans trying to do everything but make life better for the American people? They're focused on nationalizing the election. In the 250th anniversary of this great country, are they unaware of the principle of federalism in America? Traditional Republicans used to embrace federalism. But now that they're part of a cult, they do whatever the cult leader tells them to do.
What was your reaction to the results in the New Jersey special primary? I know it's not yet been called, but it seems like progressive candidate Ana Lilia Mejia is going to win that one.
It's not yet been called yet, so we're closely monitoring the election results. And then whoever emerges will be prepared to stand by them in the April general election to ensure that a Democrat fills the seat left vacant by Governor Mike Sherrill.
Obviously, Democrats are frustrated with how the administration is responding on the Epstein front, but there's also, as you've already hinted at, the DHS fight, the question about affordability and so forth. How do you see Epstein as fitting into a message when it comes to the fall, and how much should we expect it to be part of the message in the fall?
Well, we've talked about three core issues. First, of course, leaning in on the economy. Democrats being committed to drive down the high cost of living. America is too expensive right now. Donald Trump has made the affordability crisis worse here in the country, and then continues to say it's a hoax, or that we're not talking about it anymore. The problem is Donald Trump spends all of his time watching state TV as opposed to actually interacting with everyday Americans who know that the affordability crisis is very real. So we're focused on the economy. We're going to continue to focus on fixing our broken healthcare system in an environment where Republicans enacted their one big ugly bill and the largest cut to Medicaid in American history, literally ripping food as well from the mouths of hungry children, seniors, and veterans, taking health care away from more than 14 million people, hospitals, nursing homes, and community-based health clinics closing across America because of Republican policies in that one big ugly bill. And now they continue to refuse to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits, meaning that tens of millions of Americans are increasingly unable to go see a doctor when they need one. And all of this, of course, was done in that one big ugly bill to enact dramatic tax breaks, big tax breaks for their billionaire donors, while at the same time giving ICE a $75 billion slush fund so they can unleash brutality on the American people. So we're going to continue to point out the fact that Republicans have created a health care crisis, and in part they created that health care crisis so that they could give ICE a slush fund, not to go after violent felons, but to target American citizens, in some cases kill them, and also to violently go after law-abiding immigrant families. All unacceptable. They created a health care crisis. Democrats are committed to fixing our broken health care system. Third, we need to clean up corruption here in the United States of America. In the House, in the Senate, at the Supreme Court, and certainly with the Trump administration. And in that context, the American people are correctly demanding transparency and accountability as it relates to the Epstein files. What is the administration hiding? Who are they trying to protect? These are questions that, of course, led by Robert Garcia, Jamie Raskin, and Teresa Leger Fernandez, House Democrats are going to continue to press forward on, consistent with what the American people are demanding.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. You said that the SAVE Act is not going to pass the House, but a vast majority of Americans, including 70% of Democrats, do support having voter ID requirements. So are Democrats on the wrong side of an issue with so much support? What's the path forward for Democrats here?
Republicans are clearly on the wrong side of every single issue, which is why they are getting crushed electorally. This is a desperate effort by Republicans to distract. The so-called SAVE Act is not about voter identification, it is about voter suppression. And they have zero credibility on this issue, Republicans, in the same way that they have zero credibility on every other issue, which is why they continue to be routed electorally, including in districts and states that Donald Trump won comfortably in November of 2024.
The last shutdown, the 43-day shutdown, was over the ACA extensions, and the shutdown ended without getting those extensions. What's your belief as to how this next shutdown could end? Do you have guarantees for the American people that these demands will happen? The last ones didn't happen.
Yes, and the last ones did actually happen in the House of Representatives. So no one was talking about health care generally and the Affordable Care Act specifically in September of 2025 until House Democrats, joined by Senate Democrats, started to talk about it in the context of the looming crisis because of the pending expiration of the Affordable Care Act tax credits. Everybody understands that Democrats were successful in articulating a narrative during the Trump Republican 43-day government shutdown that in part resulted in 17 House Republicans joining every single House Democrat in passing a straightforward extension on our terms, 3 years, of the Affordable Care Act tax credits. Democrats are governing in the minority as if we were in the majority. We've had more successful discharge petitions led by Democrats in this Congress over the last few months than have occurred in the last few decades combined. So the one thing we can guarantee to the American people is that we're in this fight on their behalf until we win this fight and begin the process of ending the national nightmare that Donald Trump and Republican policies are inflicting on the American people. Thank you.
All right, so that is Representative Hakeem Jeffries finishing a press conference there in our nation's capital. Let's take a quick break. We'll be back here in just 2 minutes here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. Welcome back here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. I'm Nick Sturdivant. All right, we want to go back now to D.C., where the U.S. House Rules Committee meeting is underway. Let's take a listen in.
Spilled 6,500 gallons of drilling fluid, and they didn't really pay for the cleanup. So that's the problem, is like, who is going to carry the burden of Republicans removing regulation so they can favor the biggest corporations? And that's the tension that we are seeing here. That is indeed the difference between Republicans and Democrats. Democrats want to make sure that those biggest corporations pay their fair share. Because the other thing that they want, when they eliminate this, they're eliminating not only environmental review, but the ability to charge fair market fees. Fair market fees. Why won't you want the biggest corporations to pay fair market fees? And I think that's the, that's what has us upset. If it's a 5-year, let's address that. But why don't you want them to pay fair market fees? And maybe they're not drilling because it's too environmentally sensitive to drill in these sanctuaries. Remember what sanctuary means. Sanctuary means that most precious of place. That most precious of place. It's the word we use for our houses of worship. It's the word we use for the most precious of places. Representative Elforth, is there anything in this bill which would require corporations to clean up their mess if they made a mess?
Not my read, Congresswoman, and in fact, the amendment we offered in committee, the minority offered in committee, would require insurance requirements in case when something does go awry, as you mentioned, that one example. And I want to point out here that while the cable is small, actually installing it, it's not just throwing it out, it's also drilling into the seafloor. It's regular upkeep of those repair cables in the most environmentally sensitive areas. Our colleague from Colorado pointed out that these fees go to pay for something that otherwise taxpayers will have to pay for when and if those are interrupted. And if I could suggest, there's a lot of, I think, some common ground here. There are real national security interests when it comes to telecommunications. That is not, specified out in this bill. That's not addressed, as a special use of this bill. Again, it does not have the insurance requirements we suggested in committee. It doesn't match the 5 years versus 25 years lifespan of the cable. There's common ground here, but more importantly, I think, is who is going to pay for the upkeep of, again, our most sensitive marine areas when things go wrong. And this bill says it's not the billion-dollar corporations, it's not Meta, it's the taxpayers who are going to have to pay for that. And I take umbrage with that very suggestion, and I think you do too.
Well, the idea that the taxpayers, and some of those taxpayers are these small businesses that actually make their living in these sanctuaries. I love that word, these sanctuaries, this place that we should protect and keep sacred, or keep clean and keep pristine, right? So they're gonna both pay in their taxes and then pay if there is any damage done, right, during the construction. And what about tribal consultation? Is there anything in this bill that would require tribal consultation if it's not a tribe that authorizes this? I didn't see anything.
You didn't misread the bill. No, ma'am. There's nothing about tribal consultation in here. And if I could just address, I think there's a little bit of miscommunication or a fact's been misconstrued between a letter that was sent 2 years ago on a specific project. The Santa Ynez Band of the Chumash Indians sent a letter that was specific to their project. And they did ask us to make clear that their letter was not meant to be construed in support of this bill. What they asked us to read is, Santa Ynez Band of Chumash Indians supported resolving the concerns about undersea cables in the Chumash sanctuary during the designation process. The tribe understands that special use permits may not be long enough for the industry and agrees that some reform to the act may be appropriate. However, the tribe has not taken a position on the bill, and the tribe's support for the industry in the Chumash sanctuary is not the same as support for the bill.
Well, actually, this actually demonstrates that what you want is you want to be able to have those who are being impacted on a specific project to have communication, to have a say-so,
Engagement.
to have input. And what we're seeing is time and time again, Republicans keep saying, oh, we cannot have input. That would be too burdensome to the richest corporations in the world to, oh my God, let regular people actually have input to this process. And I think that that is part of this distinction that we are seeing. Is there anything else you want to point out on the bill? Since I'm the last Democrat, this is your chance.
Well, no, I appreciate your questions. And again, I think I know we don't craft policy in this committee, but I think even today we've come up with some pieces of common ground that I would hope we could find a way to amend this bill to make it address the critical issues that we have in front of us, telecommunications, national security, but without sacrificing the most sensitive marine sanctuaries in this country.
Well, our ranking member isn't here, but he repeatedly points out that in the past, the Rules Committee did accept amendments. It did accept amendments, bipartisan amendments, it accepted amendments for the minority, so that this place was intended to help perfect legislation, and it doesn't do that anymore. So unfortunately, maybe we'll get back to that when there is a different majority. And with that, I yield back.
And whenever that happens.
All right, so that is the U.S. House Rules Committee meeting that is underway in D.C. Thank you for staying with us and being with us all day here on WCNC Plus. Stay with us. The News at 5 with Colin and Vanessa starts now.